going to interfere with the, yeah, to, if you put it on a, okay, okay. Yeah? Okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I can't hear you. Good morning. So, welcome, Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and online guests. Welcome to our symposium, Future-Proofing Unified Action for Soil Health and Food Security. I am Marina Di Boma, Program Director of TwoSkill, and I'm honored and pleased to be your moderator today. As we gather here, we face a monumental challenge. By 2050, our planet will be home to nearly 10 billion people. This stark reality underscores the urgency of our mission today, to push for innovations and resources that will ensure global food security for everyone, regardless of where they live, while securing a sustainable future for our planet. This symposium is not just a celebration of IFDC 50th anniversary, it's a call to action. We are here to ask ourselves, what can we do following the African Union's Africa Fertilizer and Soil Health Summit in Nairobi? We've seen an outpouring of support from government organizations, the private sector, international development partners for the Africa Fertilizer and Soil Health Action Plan. So today we aim to capture that enthusiasm, sustain the momentum, and explore concrete ideas as the African Union mobilizes resources and communicates its next steps to a global audience. Never in IFDC's 50-year history has there been a moment like this. The interconnected pressures of climate events, human conflicts, and global pandemics have highlighted the critical importance of food security. Now it's time for bold action to transform soil health, eradicate hunger and poverty, while preserving biodiversity and restoring cultivated lands. What can we expect today? This symposium begins with leaders and experts from around the world addressing these critical challenges. You will hear about their work, about the initiative from the Netherlands, from Norway. Later on this afternoon, we will have working group, but I will come back to that. As we embark on this crucial journey, I encourage you to share your thoughts, insights, highlights of the day on your social media by using the hashtag Soy4Food. I think you can see that on the screen over there. Soy4Foods, whether you're here with us in person or joining us virtually, it's important to amplify this vital conversation and work together towards healthier soils, more nutritious plants, and more prosperous people on a food-secure, thriving planet. But before we get to serious business, I am wondering, who came here this morning alone? Can you just please raise your hand? Okay. Who knows at least one person in this room? All right. May I please invite you to stand up? Everyone, please. And I think we are also here because it's important to network, to interact, to establish possible future collaboration, and I will not be a good moderator if I do not facilitate that. So I would like to give you 30 seconds for you to introduce yourself to your neighbor, to your left, your right, and behind. Up we go. Well done. Well done. My mic is not on. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you. You may sit down again. Now they're making my life difficult. Thank you very much. Well done, everyone. You're already into that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now let's start with serious matters. Let's begin our day of collaboration and innovation. And I'm excited to introduce our first speaker. With over 3 decades of experience in agricultural development, he has been a driving force in promoting soil health as a cornerstone of sustainable agriculture and climate change mitigation. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Henk van Duin, President and CEO of IFDC. Please give him a big hand.
Good morning, everybody. Marina already started with what we're trying to do today, and that's exactly interact with each other. As President and CEO, I'm pleased to see that many people in room, but also those who are online, because as a global organization and as a global topic, food security can't be addressed only here in Amsterdam. So I'm very pleased that quite a number of our joint development partners are online, but we also have joint development partners here in the room, and we will talk about it. Because in the end, that's what it's all about. And I'm pleased, if I look at the leadership panel, that we have representation of the African Union, which will bring us, and Dr. Bahigwa will bring us, the latest updates from what happened last week in Harare. And that's relevant for all of us. Because we, as we are here, take the continent serious. And food security on the African continent is key. Key for Africa, but key for us globally. And I know I will not say anything about politics, not about the Netherlands, not about the US, or Africa. But we all know that food sovereignty on the continent is crucial. And not only food sovereignty. If we look at fertilizer or soil health, it are key elements to assure that in the coming decades, we are able to feed all those in Africa and around the world. And that's exactly why we are here today. This is in a context of a different number of events, which we started celebrating our 50th anniversary. We had a similar event in Washington in June. And of course, we started with the Africa Fertilizer Soil Health Summit in May in Nairobi. While the previous one was in 2006, now we had a major event on fertilizer and soil health in Nairobi in May, addressing the importance of fertilizer nutrient use efficiency in a much broader context, being soil health or the dynamics of soils, but also in a climate setting. And we all know the amount of degraded soils is becoming a major threat for all of us. Not only here in the Netherlands or in America, but especially in Africa. And if we are able to reduce the degraded soils and ensure that there is more nutrient use efficiency, we're also able to produce more food on the continent. So I'm very pleased that we have this opportunity today in different breakout groups with everybody online and here in the room, not only to celebrate IFDC's 50th, but most important, to find solutions to address the challenges we are facing in the coming decades. So once again, my name is Henk van Duin. I'm pleased to see you all, and I wish you a very inspiring, but like Marina already started, engaging and empowering meeting today to learn from each other, because the only way forward to address this topic is to do it together. Doesn't matter in which domain you're operating, which institution you're operating, if you're private sector, government, development partners, universities, farmers, entrepreneurs, we all need to work together to assure that we feed the continent. I wish you all a very pleasant day, and thank you for coming. Thank you for those online, and I hand over to Marina. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Henk, for these insightful welcome remarks. Next, I'm honored to welcome the following speaker for a keynote address. He has been instrumental in shaping agricultural policies across Africa, and he's a leading voice in promoting food security on the continent. Please welcome Dr. Godfrey Bahigwa, Director of the Department of Rural Economy and Agriculture at the African Union Commission. Dr. Bahigwa, the floor is yours. Please give him a big hand.
Yeah, thank you, Marina. As introduced, my name is Godfrey Bahigwa. I'm the Director of Agriculture and Rural Development at the African Union Commission. Let me start by thanking IFDC for inviting the African Union to be part of this symposium. I was also in Washington, D.C. last year for the first one. No, it was this year, right? Yes, to share some thoughts on what is happening on the continent. I also wish to thank IFDC for the strong partnership with the African Union, not just leading to the preparations for the Africa Fertilizer and Soil Health Summit in May, that took place in May this year, but also for the continued support and partnership to be able to stimulate implementation of the Nairobi Declaration, as well as the Africa Fertilizer and Soil Health Action Plan, 10-year action plan. So in this short period that I have with you, basically I wanted to share with you what Africa is thinking to address, basically in a broad sense, agri-food systems transformation on the continent over the next 10 years to achieve multiple objectives, including food and nutrition security, but also creating millions of jobs for our youth and women, as well as marginalized groups. Some of the statistics that on the continent, many of you are aware, at the moment, the UN, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organizations, FAO, estimates around 280 million Africans are food insecure. That is roughly 20% of the population. That should not be the case in the 21st century on the continent. So that is factoid number one. Factoid number two is that Africa is still a net food importer of food. Roughly 50 billion US dollars a year. That is a lot of money to be spent supporting the livelihoods of other people outside the continent. Not that the continent does not want to trade. We want to be able to trade, but some of that money ought to be spent on the continent improving the livelihoods of our farmers on the continent. So keep trade happening, but in a more balanced manner so that we can create jobs for our youth. So those two big facts, 20% hungry people on the continent, but also overdependence on food imports are some of the factors that have motivated the continent to rethink our strategy over the next 10 years. So looking ahead, we observe several drivers that are going to shape Africa's food systems for the next 10 years. We have observed increased economic growth across the continent, hovering around 3 to 4% per year for the last 2 decades, which is a positive thing. That means incomes are rising on the continent, the middle class is growing on the continent, which means increased consumption and demand for food and especially animal source products. We are also observing an emerging medium and large-scale farms on the continent, creating opportunities for small-scale farmers to link to those medium and large-scale farmers. We are observing rapid urbanization across the continent, the growth of towns, which means you have a growing number of consumers that do not depend on the primary products produced at the farm, but are consuming agro-industrialized products on the continent. We are also seeing a rise in the processing sector, agro-processing, especially by cottage industries, whether it is turning oranges into a juice, passion fruits into a juice. We are seeing that growing across the continent, and we hope that trend will continue and turn into larger scale agro-processing industries. And as I said, as incomes are rising, we are observing an increasing demand for animal source products, higher protein. But also we see increasing application of digital technology in Africa's agriculture. So these are the trends that we're observing that are either ongoing or emerging across the continent, and we believe will be shaping agri-food systems transformation over the next 10 years. So given the challenges we face, but also these emerging trends, the African Union has led the development of a 10-year strategy and action plan. It is called the CAADP. CAADP is Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, which our heads of state and government adopted 20 years ago. Actually, we are celebrating 20 years of CAADP on the continent, which has been the continental policy framework guiding agricultural transformation on the continent consistently for 20 years. And we are proud as a continent to have one consistent policy program that drives our investments. The current version of CAADP under the Malabo Declaration. So the first declaration on this continental policy framework was adopted in 2003 in Maputo, Mozambique, implemented for 10 years and renewed in 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea. That declaration will end next year, 2025. And ahead of time, we decided to design the successor, so called it CAADP 3.0, that will run from 2026 to 2035, with 6 objectives that are aimed at supporting the transformation of food systems on the continent, again to achieve those high-level objectives: food security and nutrition, millions of jobs for our youth, increased intra-Africa trade, and building resilient agri-food systems. The 6 objectives are: 1, to intensify sustainable food production, agro-industrialization, and trade. Second is to boost investment and financing in transforming agri-food systems by both the public and private sector. Some of you may know one of the traditional targets on the continent has been to increase financing of public expenditure in agriculture by 10%. Never mind how many countries have met that, but it has been an aspiration of our continent to increase financing into Africa's agriculture systems. Third is about ensuring food and nutrition security across the continent to be able to address the first constraint I talked about, making sure that the 280 million Africans do not go hungry every night. The third objective is advancing inclusivity and equitable livelihoods, focusing on youth, women, and marginalized groups in the various agri-food systems value chains. The fifth objective is to build resilient agri-food systems that can withstand, adapt to various shocks and stressors. Some of those shocks may be systemic within the continents. Some of them may be geopolitical, like the Russia-Ukraine conflict, whose effects I'm sure you are very familiar with, but also some of the conflicts that are taking place in several of our member states. The sixth and last objective is strengthen agri-food systems governance to improve the quality of implementation. Quite often on the continent, we have very good strategies, both at continental and national level, but sometimes the quality of implementation is not strong enough. So in this strategy, we are saying we need to improve not only political leadership at country level, but also to improve the quality of implementation, especially through improved agri-food systems governance. Lastly, in the remaining time, I just wanted to say this, that over the next 10 years, we have made a conscious decision to move away from an agriculture-led development strategy to an agri-food systems-led development approach, from agriculture to agri-food systems, informed by our conviction that to transform agriculture is not the responsibility of the Ministry of Agriculture per se. Multiple players, different government ministries and agencies have a role to play. And so as we move from Malabo Declaration to the Kampala Declaration, I should mention that the next CAADP Declaration will be adopted in January next year in Kampala, Uganda. So we'll move from Malabo to Kampala. But as we do so, we are also moving from agriculture-led to agri-food systems. What that means is different government ministries and agencies in our member states have to work together towards a common goal, each one playing their mandate, but all coming together to transform our food systems to be able to achieve those multiple objectives. We are not lost on the fact that it is not easy to bring together different government agencies. So one of the lessons that we'll be looking forward to in the various discussions and platforms as we interact globally is to get lessons on what it takes to have efficient multi-ministry, multi-agency coordination in order to improve the quality of implementation to get the outcomes that we desire on the African continent. Thank you for the opportunity to come and share these thoughts and aspirations of the continent over the next 10 years. And I look forward to providing some more details in the panel, where I will share about the outcomes on the discussions we had in Harare last week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guthrie. You already said it. We'll dive deeper on this perspective during the leadership panel. Our next keynote speaker has been a key figure in shaping the Netherlands' international development policies, with a particular focus on food security and sustainable agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Stephen Collette, Deputy Director General of the International Cooperation Department at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Please give him a big hand.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here. And let me just start by congratulating the IFDC with its 50th anniversary. I celebrated my own birthday just a few days ago. Don't start singing now, but it's just to mention that it's a bit over 50, but my mom came with a few pictures of the very birth date. And the very birth date is always a very happy moment where there's a lot of optimism and excitement in the room. And 50 years, or a bit more in my case, down the line, that excitement and optimism is still there, but has more maturity around it, one could say. More competences, more experience, more realism, and maybe also a bit of responsibility. And I think that also goes for the center. And I think it's very timely to have a center which is mature, responsible, and real. Well, the past 5 decades, the IFDC has effectively served the waves of what I would call ever further global integration. Integration of markets, integration of governance, integration of society at multi-stakeholder level. Now today, one sometimes might get the feeling that global integration is slowly but steadily coming to a halt, or at least is hampering. One could argue that this time is a time of fragmentation. Fragmentation on the political front, fragmentation on the economic front. And as Marina mentioned, some label this time also a time of what you could say polycrisis. So crisis of climate, of insecurity, conflict, inequality, and displacement. And those crises seem to be mutually reinforcing. We are far off from zero hunger. With 800 million people food insecure in Africa, 1 out of 5 undernourished. With inflation and high food prices really bothering every corner of the world, be it in Africa, be it in the West. As Henk mentioned, inflation, food prices, food insecurity is very fundamental to everyone's lives, to the politics of today, the politics also in the Netherlands. At the same time, the potential is enormous. The potential, as Geoffrey from the African Union Commission, is enormous in terms of population, young workforce, digitization. So there is a double-edged challenge for us now. And I think in this time and this age is very reassuring for the Dutch government to have a partner that is mature and responsible. Food security has been, and it will continue to be, a priority for our government in international cooperation. And why is that so? I think first and foremost, this is because we are very far off zero hunger. We still have a lot of work to do. We have committed ourselves to a lot of work, which we are doing and which we need to continue to do and which we need to expedite, do better. Now, secondly, there's also an issue of self-interest. I think the risk of further instability and displacement and the opportunity of increased prosperity, as the Dutch are a trading nation, and not only traders, but also investors, leaving a lot of value behind in Africa and adding a lot of value in Africa, is also a self-interest. And I think also, one could say, we have a bit of a comparative advantage. You should also be careful, always be careful with that. Of course, we have our agencies, institutions under this roof, Wageningen University, with a lot of knowledge and experience, but also, I should say, with a lot of lessons learned. Because let's be humble, and I think Henk alluded to that in a very diplomatic manner, we also have our challenges in the Netherlands. If we talk about soil, if we talk about nitrogen, if we talk about the politics around it, I think the challenge is enormous also here. And I think that reflection is very important in this time and day, that we are not thinking that we know how to bring healthy soils abroad if we are still challenged by the same question at home. But that challenge in itself and the mutual challenge we have is, I think, a source and a platform for cooperation. Now, we have been partners almost from the beginning. And I see Professor Rudy Rabbinge here in front row, and that's where you should be, Professor. Rudy was our minister's advisor, has been our minister's advisor for a long time on food security. And I think you helped us realize that there is no food security without healthy soils. And for healthy soils, you need to be able to connect science, technology, policy, markets, and practice. And that's exactly what IFDC does and has been doing for 50 years. Ladies and gentlemen, this time and age of insecurity and fragmentation requires, in my view, 3 competences: the ability to adapt, to integrate, and to localize. And IFDC has developed them all. Let me name and close with a case in point, and that's the Soil Values Program. We're very proud to partner with IFDC, SNV, and the Wageningen University and Research Center in a very fresh partnership with a 10-year horizon, 100 million euro commitment from our end, which is a long-term investment because we do not believe in quick fixes on soil fertility. And I think there the ability to localize is very clear because the leadership of ECOWAS has been and will be and continues to be essential. It's a local leadership of local government which we require in order to get stuff done. And of course, this is all in the context of what our director from the African Union Commission mentioned, this commitment which is Pan-African. Secondly, if we talk about integration, what we do with this program is actually consider it as an integrator, a specialist, if you like, on soil fertility, on healthy soils, which we actually put into the broader World Bank Food Systems Resilience Program. So we enrich and embolden, if you like, that program, because as we know, a food systems approach without a healthy soils approach will not do the trick or will not work enough. So that's the integrated. So localize, integrate, and then adapt. Adapt meaning a 10-year horizon, but constantly adapt to changing circumstances. And of course, the key here is climate change, and we will need to adapt this program time over time again in order to get the right policies in place, in order to attract the right level of investment, including private investment. So we are very proud to have this program and to have this partnership. And we see it as a case in point of the three abilities which we require in this time and age: to adapt, to integrate, and to localize. And we are confident, therefore, that with these abilities in place, the center will have a bright future for the time to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stephen. We'll now move to the next sequence of this program, and that is our leadership panel, where we'll dive deeper into the challenges and opportunities in transforming food system. So joining our distinguished speakers here, allow me first to introduce the two additional panelists. Ladies first, I will start with you, Ambassador. Her Excellency Caroline Kitana Chipeta, Ambassador of the Republic of Tanzania to the Netherlands. Ambassador Chipeta has been a strong advocate for sustainable agricultural practices and food security initiatives in Tanzania and across Africa. And His Excellency Paul Gullek-Larsen, Special Envoy and Ambassador at Large for Food Security at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Norway. Mr. Larsen brings extensive diplomatic experience and has been at the forefront of Norway's efforts to address global food security challenges. So most welcome. Ambassador Caroline, you may take your seat and I will ask the questions while you're seated. Yes, please. Thank you very much. So, we've already, I think, with the keynote addresses from Godfrey, from Stephen, we have already set the scene for this conversation. Let me start with you, Godfrey. You already mentioned this important meeting you just attended in Harare. Can you tell us more about what happened there and the takeaways? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Marina. Right, so last week we were in Harare, Zimbabwe, on the 20th CADAP Partnership Platform meeting. Like I said, CADAP is the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, which has been running for 20 years, actually 21 now. And so every year we hold a meeting that brings together the CADAP constituency. Governments on the African continent, the private sector, civil society, farm organizations, academia, researchers, and our development partners. So we come together every year to hold discussions, not in a political environment, but for the stakeholders that support the implementation of CADAP. So this was the 20th edition of that platform. And during the platform, you have several topics that get discussed. You have side events and so on. So in one of the plenary sessions, we had a discussion around the implementation of the Africa Fertilizer and Soil Health Summit outcomes, the 10-year action plan, together with the declaration. The summit was held in May this year in Nairobi, Kenya, as I mentioned earlier, and so stakeholders are keen to see, beyond the declaration and an action plan, exactly what should take place to happen. So discussions have been going on between May and now, and so in Harare it was a reflection to say, where are we now taking stock, and what should we be doing? So let me share with you the highlights of what the stakeholders in that platform discussed. One strong message that came out is that the international community ought to support African institutions to strengthen their leadership role in the implementation of this action plan. A very strong demand that African institutions must be in the lead in the implementation of the action plan and declaration. But because the continent is huge and there are multiple players in that space, they also called for strong coordination of the different players on the continent to make sure that everybody is moving in the same direction. And as such, the Forum for Agriculture Research in Africa, FARA, was designated by our commissioner as the institution that is going to support the coordination of the implementation of the action plan and declaration on the continent. So that was a bold step moving forward, because our international partners have been looking for us to take that step to say, how is the coordination of implementation going to happen? So that was also a strong outcome from Harare. The third outcome was the need to engage with governments, because we know the implementation of the action plan has multiple players. Governments themselves, the private sector, civil society, development partners. But at the end of it all, governments play a very important role. And so there was a strong discussion to say, we need to have very bold and candid discussions with governments to be able to come through with the commitments, especially around creating an environment for private sector to invest in, especially the production of fertilizers on the continent. Because one of the outcomes from the Nairobi declaration was a strong call for increased investment in fertilizer production on the continent. And I should add both organic and inorganic fertilizers on the continent, and also improve the distribution mechanisms to reach the last farmer in the rural area. So having a candid discussion with governments to meet their commitments was the third strong message that came out. The fourth one, which is related to what I just said, is the strong engagement with Africa's private sector to invest in fertilizer production and distribution on the continent. The last message that came out, two more. The other one that came out was the need to strengthen the capacity of the Africa Fertilizer and Development Center. There is a center in Zimbabwe that was created before I was born, but it has not received the attention that it needed. And so we are in discussions to see how to increase the capacity, to strengthen the capacity of that institution, because as the name says, the Africa Center for Fertilizer Development is supposed to support experimentation around fertilizer utilization, application and utilization, but also strengthening the capacity on the African continent. And so we would like to call upon partners to work with the African Union to ensure that center is supported. And because we're in Harare, the Minister of Agriculture was very strong on this call, of obvious reasons, to see that that center is strengthened on the continent. Lastly, in terms of improving governance across the continent, there are regional hubs around fertilizers and soil health that are being established. In West Africa, the hub for West Africa is already established. The ones for Eastern and Southern Africa, the discussions are ongoing to establish regional hubs, and also discussions are starting to take place to establish also a regional hub on fertilizer and soil health for Central Africa. Finally, we also heard from the Africa Development Bank. The Africa Development Bank hosts the Africa Fertilizer Financing Mechanism, which is intended to be an instrument that has resources that our member states can access to make investments in fertilizers. And they said they are expanding their investment to $1 billion. So if that happens, then our member states will have access to a strong instrument that can support investments to improve fertilizers and soil health on the continent. So those were the big takeaways that I picked during that session in Harare last week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Godfrey. I think very clear actions there. And I think in this audience we have stakeholders from different backgrounds who I'm sure will be engaging further on this with you later on. And as it's very clear that soil health is an important topic for the African Union Commission. So can you share with us any other initiatives that are undertaken to ensure that food security and poverty reduction, poverty is reduced across the continent?
Well, on that note, basically what I shared in the keynote address summarizes the continent aspirations over the next 10 years. But just to expound a little bit more, we recognize the importance of soil health in boosting agricultural productivity on the continent. As you know, in the majority of countries, especially that are highly populated, the average size is anywhere from 2 acres to 2.5 acres. And those farms are farmed season after season without replenishing the nutrients in the soils. And what that means that over time, productivity has been declining. And so if you look ahead and say, what's going to happen to these farmers over the next 10, 15 years if nothing is done to restore the health of the soils? It means you'll have degraded soils, but more importantly, households that may not be able to feed themselves off of that land because of the lost nutrient content without replenishment. So the discussion around improving soil health is real in the majority of African countries. Mm-hmm. And so in the 10-year CAADP strategy and action plan that I mentioned earlier, that will be adopted by our heads of state and government, we have actions in there, mm-hmm. And also aspirations on the type of investments or actions that are needed to be taken by our member states, but also by the farmers themselves to be able to invest in improving soil health. It's not easy. We don't have all the answers, because if you look at it, some of the easier practices around soil health is following, meaning you leave land to rejuvenate itself naturally. But that's a huge ask for a farmer that has 2.5 acres that they depend on. A portion has cassava, a portion has sweet potatoes, a portion has maize, and so on. And as you are saying, one of the measures you would like you to take is to leave a portion of your farm fallow for 1 or 2 seasons. What will they be doing during that period? So the questions are real, the answers are not easy, and so part of what we would like to learn from wherever, because some of the lessons are available on the continent, some of the solutions may be available globally. how would you solve that problem of that small-scale farmer with 2 acres of land that they must farm every day, every season, to feed their families? So what technologies or practices are available or can be made available to make sure that they still farm every season, but they can take on board those measures that are going to sustain soil health to be able to feed their households and generate also extra incomes to meet other household needs? These are real questions, and we are looking for solutions. But I can assure you, in the 10-year CAADP strategy and action plan, there is space for, to be able to address those challenges and make sure that we have sustainable agri-food systems on the continent.
Thank you, Gertrude, and I think that's why we're here. That's why it's good that you were able to join us. And this symposium is taking place here in the Netherlands. The Netherlands is known as an important player in development cooperation in the field of agriculture. My question is for you, Stephen. How does the Dutch government prioritize soil health in its development programs? And what lessons can be drawn from the Dutch practices in sustainable agriculture? You already started talking about it during your keynote address, but please expand more. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And let me be brief also for other speakers to have their turns. But yeah, for us, we increasingly focus on food security next to water management and health, mainly reproductive health and rights, as priorities of the Dutch government in international cooperation. And I think focus is of essence, because still food security is a very broad topic, right? Mm-hmm. Now, what we've been learning, as I alluded to in my introduction, is that the issue of soil management and healthy soils is an issue which you need to integrate within your food security strategy, and which is also very specific to specific localities. So I'm happy that the previous speaker alluded to the individual farmer and the farming practice, because farming practices are very different, not only between the Netherlands and, say, the African continent, if you want to take it as at large, but very specifically between farmers in one region over the other. And has to do with economics, has to do with access to resources. So solutions cannot be blueprints, and I think that's one of the lessons we all learned here, meaning that we need to be very targeted and specific, and we need then to bundle knowledge and expertise, but also capacity development in a way which is sensible. And therefore I'm really happy that we have this leadership from the African Union, because then we know in which policy framework to target our interventions. And not to repeat myself, but that soils values program in West Africa is really sort of helping us making that work and integrating that in the food systems discussions we have with our West African partners.
Thank you very much, Stephen. And I will build on what you said to move to Caroline. Godfrey mentioned the enormous challenges, and Stephen also mentioned how important it is to be specific, that context matter. So we are going to zoom on Tanzania. The challenges are there, but the country is also known as a country that has a rich biodiversity, yet still facing challenges related to soil degradation. So, Caroline, how does Tanzania balance agricultural productivity, soil health, and climate resilience in its development plans?
Thank you so much, Marina. Maybe I should say it's more relaxing answering the questions while I'm sitting down. I can move around much better. First of all, since I'm taking the floor for the first time, I would like to commend IFDC for commemorating its 50th anniversary, and in the course of doing so, coming up with this very important symposium. And we all know how important soil health is, and the need to put our efforts together cannot be overemphasized. So congratulations, IFDC. And with all the knowledge and the expertise that we have in this room, I believe we might not leave the day with all the answers, but I'm sure we will have moved from one space to the other in heading to the right direction. And before I get to how my country balances the challenges that come out of the productivity, soil health, and food security, I would like to reiterate and say what I think we all know. All the three subjects are very interdependent. There's no way you can have one without the other. I don't see how we can attain food security if we do not have healthy soil. But at the same time, without the healthy soil, we cannot increase productivity. So we all have to work in all the three subjects to where we want to get to. For Tanzania, increased production and productivity is one of the main and the first priority, actually, of the 6 agricultural development plans that the government has put in place. And how do we do this? How do we attain this? How do we try to move on the challenges to get to where we think will help the country? Because agriculture is the backbone of our country. It has been, it still is. So lots has been done by the government, especially now. The government led by Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan has put so much emphasis on agriculture. And first of all, it has conducted environmental and social management to protect the land and soil health. It conducts soil testing and trains farmers on good agricultural practices for maintaining or improving the soil health. Most of developing countries, Tanzania especially, smallholders are the farmers. So we need to have the smallholders understand the importance of changing from the traditional practices of farming to the modern ones that will help improve our soil. We've just heard from an expert here saying, how can you tell these people with just a 1 acre that you have to practice fallow kind of farming? What are they going to eat? But then we need to change their mindset. So the government has come up with different kind of trainings, and it has gone further and started a certain initiative that uses agricultural extension officers who goes all the way, and they're placed in the regions, in the districts and villages, and they work with the farmers and training them the importance of soil health, the importance of crop rotation, the importance of agroforestry in the course of their farming. So we do this as well by having development partners. IFDC is one of them. IFDC has been working in Tanzania for a while. It works with our research institutes, the Tanzania Agricultural Research Institutes, where it provides trainings. It does researches on fertilizers and the use of organic fertilizers on pesticides, which in turn would help the farmers actually in whatever they do, they will yield more. And because they yield more, it's going to change their livelihood. And as such, then they will be ready to contribute to what plans or actions and the policies that the government has come up with. Because otherwise, then the government will be just talking to itself. And another way that the government is doing is has also invested in allocating resources on the soil testing in order to apply nutrients adequately. Irrigation also, it has allocated a lot of funds in infrastructure irrigation. It goes out looking, identified areas that are prone to drought and change it into being areas that could be used as for agriculture all throughout the time. Because for a very long time and traditionally, people would wait for the season. This is the rain season, this is where we can farm. But now the government is trying to change that mindset, that we can do it throughout the year. But how do we do it? So it allocates resources on that. Mm-hmm. And in most cases, as I've said, we work with our development partners in doing that. We've got other development partners who come in with fertilizers. They'll come and help on research on fertilizers. They distribute fertilizers, but again, go out and try and do the soil health practices all the way to the villages. We've got those who do soil testing, and so far it has been, the government has done soil testing in 18 regions out of the 31 regions in Tanzania. And this is an ongoing process, and making sure that we get to all the 31 regions so we know what we are doing where. The emphasis is still that traditionally, again, we know food comes from the soil. So we have to make sure that we have a healthy soil in order for us to be able to curb or get to the goal that we're all looking for of having food security.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Very good to hear these initiatives undertaken in Tanzania. Now let's move to you, Paul. Norway is also a very important international partner, and recently the country has committed 33 million Norwegian crowns to support the implementation of this ambition 10-year action plan for improving soil fertility in African countries. Why is it so important for Norway?
Well, thank you, Marina. It's very good to be here on behalf of my Minister for Development to support IFDC at 50, also with our great partners in the African Union. And we're very pleased to hear from Godfrey about the Harare meeting leading up to the Kampala Summit, where we are chairing the donor group and supporting the new 10-year post-Malabo plan. And of course, with Tanzania, our oldest development partner since 1961, and one of the largest partners still. And of course, the Netherlands, always very solid and one of our best donor partners in the donor groups. Now, why Nairobi Declaration follow-up is so important? Well, because for Norway, Africa and food security are the #1 priority now. It's not only development policy, but also foreign policy. And Africa and food security are basically two sides of the same coin in our work. Also in terms of funding, I mean, the 33 million you mentioned is a small part of the overall funding that this government has provided for food security in its time in office. I think must be more than $1 billion, which is a record level for food security from, and I hope and I think it will continue. It also includes 100 million kroner for the African fertilizer financing mechanism, which I now hear his ambition is to go to $1 billion. And hopefully that will happen, because it's such an important mechanism which we fund and hope will help Tanzania and others to really boost quality fertilizer, to including also small holder farmers, because that's really, in our view, and the same as Netherlands, smallholder farmers, often women, often hungry, struggling to feed the families, need more attention, as well as, of course, general farming and agriculture production. When we talk about finance, last week or 2 weeks ago, my minister was at the World Bank meetings, and very encouraged by the strong attention given to food security by the World Bank president. And we hope and believe that the IDA funding for the least developed countries from the World Bank will be more targeted to food security in the future. We are pushing for that. Netherlands is pushing for that. And there's a lot of money, and there's a lot of leverage in those IDA dollars from the World Bank. And on top of that, or in addition to that, we want more climate finance to go to food security, and in particular smallholder farmers, which today get less than 1% of climate finance. And adaptation to climate is so crucial. Seeds, fertilizer for these smallholder farmers. So why is Africa so important? Well, you mentioned, Godfrey, the 20% hungry, close to 300 million people. Poverty is, of course, a priority in our development cooperation policies, and we are far from reaching SDG 2, the Sustainable Development Goal on hunger. So you need more agriculture production. You need to support self-sufficiency, food sovereignty, as Henk mentioned, even though we know, and I know from my time as a World Food Program director, that a lot of the hunger is directly caused by conflict and by warring parties using food as a weapon of war, but you still need more food in the market. And the figure that I've heard for food imports from the Africa Development Bank, Godfrey, you mentioned 50, 60 billion, but some people think it's going to be more than 100 billion, maybe already next year. Import to Africa, which is a breadbasket, should be fully able to support and grow their own food if you get the quality fertilizer then that you need. And of course, there's a foreign policy and security policy aspect to this. We want to show Africa that we are a committed and a good partner for African-led plans and projects. And this is now more important than ever after the Russian invasion and full-scale war against Ukraine, which is not only a brutal and total break of international law, but has also disrupted markets for grain and fertilizers, leading to higher prices and complications. And that's why, of course, in the geopolitical environment that we see, for us to have Africa, and for Netherlands and Norway and other like-minded countries to be able to work with Africa in the UN to uphold international law and to show ourselves as partners for development and food security in Africa is very important. And in this context, soil health and fertilizer is really a crucial pillar for food systems and food security and the transformation of food system. And there we come to the environmental aspects, the biodiversity aspects, the climate change aspects, because as we said and saw at the COP, the climate conference last year in the Emirates, which issued actually a groundbreaking declaration on food security within the context of climate change, was that you need to help sustainable agriculture, soil health and fertilizer to prevent further destruction of biodiversity. This was an issue in Colombia last week in Cali at the COP for biodiversity, but also will be next week when we go to Baku for the COP29, and we'll continue to push that, you know, this link with food security is so crucial now in the time ahead when we're going to the COP next year in Brazil. And Brazil, very important partner for all of us now after their G20 chair lifted food security to the top and hunger to the top of the agenda. And we have joined their alliance, Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. And we hope, and we also have another alliance, which I'll talk more about later, with Brazil and Sierra Leone. But we see and hope that South Africa will continue to lift food security in their G20 chair next, which starts actually in December. And finally, I just want to mention one concrete initiative that we have taken and launched with the United States at the World Bank meetings last week, where we launched a fund, so-called First Loss Fund for small and medium-sized agribusiness in Africa. We put $35 million from our side, US the same. I think UK, Korea, maybe also Netherlands and others will come in and join, so this fund becomes big, because what it does and will do with the professional advice from investment and company in Paris, led by Severino, by the way, who used to lead the AFD. This fund is supposed to reduce the risk of bank lending to small and medium-sized agribusiness that cannot get credits now because they are too small and risky for bank lending, but they're also too big for microfinance. So we want to help this space by putting funds forward for first loss to reduce the risk so they can actually go to bank, get credits, and be able to provide the smallholders and other farmers in the rural areas with the fertilizers and seeds and other input that they desperately need to increase their own production and productivity. This fund is called FASA for short, F-A-S-A, and will be hopefully, and I think very important mechanism in the follow-up to our 4 donor or development partner commitments from the Nairobi for the 10-year action plan that you asked me about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul, and I will build on that. You mentioned these funds to support small and medium enterprises, agribusiness enterprises in Africa. I want to zoom on the role of this private sector. Now we're talking here about the African private sector, but I would also like to add international private sector. What role, why is it so important to involve them as partners for this, for food security in Africa, and also on the soil health, to advance soil health in Africa? And this is a question to you, Stephen.
Well, maybe
Yeah.
a few words. I mean, I think the example is excellent, the last example of investment. And also there, a partnership, in my view, means that we need sort of systemic solutions, meaning that if the market fails on providing financial services to smallholders to better their lands, then we need systemic solutions, meaning market solutions that work on the mainstay of the market. So these initiatives, fantastic, and we are linking our initiatives to them. They are really important for the private sector actually to be performing in the mainstay of the market, because then the financing or the financial services will be transformative. Same with extension services. I was blessed by starting my career in Tanzania, so Mama Balozi is very close to my heart. But we there also have been working with government on extension, and extension, as we learned in the Netherlands, can never be a fully public enterprise because you cannot afford it. So we need to actually break it down into what part is public. The public needs to set the policies, the environment, and how can we then bring in a sustainable, economically sustainable way, private extensionism. And therefore you need public-private cooperation. And the international private sector, I think, can bring in the finance, the expertise, also the offtake in terms of market, but also, and as I said in my introduction, the investment. So we have many companies investing into African countries and adding value to the economies.
Thank you, Stephen. Paul, would you like to?
No, I mean, not surprisingly, coming from a similarly, let's say, successful market economy as the Netherlands, Norway, we fully agree. You need the markets, you need to have pro-market policies. I mean, subsidies can be a good thing for smallholder farmers to help them out, but not to distort how the market functions. I think that's crucial that big players like Yara of Norway, which is a state-owned partly company and providing a lot of important quality fertilizer to the African partners, even though it's hard in this context now to compete with cheap Russian imports, for example. We hope that Yara will still be a very important partner for Tanzania and other countries, because they're also doing very good work in basically for the long term. One example, which also relates to the donor commitments from Nairobi Declaration, is that they are working to create a digital and data system to map the health of soil at the ground level in Africa in order to be able to exactly determine how fertilizers should be used. And this would be, we are supporting it from the government side. We hope others will also come in to support their efforts, because they put a lot of their own money into this, which will be a platform. And we have Yara here, they can talk more about it themselves, because I'm not an expert. But this is basically trying to create a global public good, an open platform where farmers in Africa can actually access, and governments, data about the plots and the soil, which varies so much from area to area. As I said, I'm not an expert, I cannot get into details, but this is a very interesting project, and it links to the data point, the second point of our commitments from that we made with Netherlands and others from the Nairobi 10-year action plan.
Thank you very much, Paul. For the sake of time, I'm going to conclude with a final question to all of you. If we are to look forward and we were to contribute to a global action plan to achieve soil health and food security for all, what long-term strategies would you propose to ensure that soil health becomes a key driver to make food security a reality for all? A one-liner, two-liner. Let me start with you, Godfrey.
Well, you have another one? I want to continue with this?
No, just a one-liner. That's why I was so specific.
Yes, so I think given where we are, strengthening partnerships between Africa and our development partners is going to be needed. I mentioned the 10-year CAADP strategy and action plan that was endorsed by our ministers 2 weeks ago in Addis Ababa. And in there, it calls for strengthened partnerships between the African Union and our global development partners. So, the call is for development partners to align both their technical and financial support towards Africa's strategy and action plan. So that is our call. Do not develop programs and support them outside of what has been agreed by the continent as the common development agenda.
Thank you very much, Godfrey. Steve?
I would say put female farmers center stage, not as an object, but as a subject.
Thank you.
Strong partnership should be, I think, the first that we should look into. But again, we should have strategies that take into account on the specific needs and specific areas. And involvement of youth and women should also be taken into account and looked into in a very, I think, positive and strong way. Because for a long time, youth would think agriculture is not for them. It didn't appeal to them. But youth is the workforce in all developing countries. So bringing youth in, coming out with initiative that will appeal to the youth should be one of the strategies that we should look into.
Thank you very much, Carolyn. And lastly, Paul.
Yes, agree with everything. And of course, the governments of Africa and the African Union, they have to be in the lead. They have to be the ones who set the plans and the projects. We, as partners, will support and come in. And we will join with partnerships, of course, with private sector, as you said, but also in terms of trying to meet the challenges of food security within the context of climate change commitments and biodiversity commitments. And I mentioned the Alliance of Champions for Food Systems Transformation, which we launched at the Dubai or Emirates meeting climate conference last year. Now we are in co-chairing with Sierra Leone and Brazil. Rwanda is a member, and we are now approaching a smaller number of very key governments, including Tanzania. We've sent a letter to you to also join this effort, which is focusing on whole of government approaches, how to find the right balance between, increasing food production on the land that exists without destroying more forest or biodiversity, and also keeping the climate commitments, which are very important, both in terms of, how to produce more food without undermining biodiversity and climate change, but also, as it says in the Paris Agreement, how to reduce emissions in a manner that does not threaten food security. That's also very important, the other way around.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you very much to all my panelists here for the insightful discussion. Please give them a big hand if you've also enjoyed this conversation. I think we have now reached the next part of the program, which is also a very important one, to take a short break for some refreshment. But before we leave the room, I've been given a message that we have a group picture to be taken here in this room. Gunnar, here, where?
Yes, if I may, if I could invite attendees on the side, join us in the middle. We will all stand up and take a beautiful group picture.
So, okay, we are going to join everyone over there.
I think the attendees joining the middle means they understand.
Gunnar, it's not clear yet. So, the
Attendees come in the middle.
here,
Yes, here. Stand up.
and we can stay here on stage.
And they stay on the stage or join in?
Or some guests can join us on stage.
Yes, so to clarify, everybody comes in the middle for attendees and speakers join at the front.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And we'll be back in 15 minutes. So at 10:53, we'll be back in the room. Thank you. everyone in? No, please take your seats. And try to fill in the seats here in the front, please. I see a lot of guests are sitting in the back, but please try to move to the front. It's also good for the pictures. May I invite you, all the guests seated behind there, to come forward, please. All right. Welcome back, everyone. I think there are a few guests still joining us shortly. I hope you had a good chance to network and reflect on the first part of this morning program. It is now time for me to introduce my colleague who's going to facilitate the next session. She will facilitate the panel on transforming food system. The answer lies beneath our feet. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Umu Kamara, Vice President and Program at IFDC. She has an extensive experience in agricultural research and development across Africa. Please give her a big hand as she takes over. Umu, the floor is yours.
All right. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I have the next hour or so with you and a brilliant panel to talk about transforming food systems. The answer lies beneath our feet. So you have heard from our leadership panel. What I have before you today are movers and shakers. They're going to share some very triggering thoughts, and we'd like to hear back from you. So without further ado, I would like to start calling them on stage. Dr. André Batiano. André? I don't know if you can hear me. André? Yeah. Okay, so Dr. André Batiano is a renowned scientist, soil scientist from Burkina Faso. He's celebrated for his pioneering work in soil fertility management and sustainable agriculture across Africa. He has over 35 years of experience. Please, André. Yeah. 35 years of experience and counting, and has contributed extensively to research on integrated soil fertility practices, which have improved crop yields and livelihoods for smallholder farmers. Welcome. Help me welcome André. Next, I would like to call on stage Dr. Richard Rukengo. Richard? So Richard is a distinguished research, please. Yeah. He's a distinguished Kenyan agronomist known for his contributions to sustainable agriculture and soil health management in Africa. His career spanned decades. He has led numerous research initiatives focused on improved crop productivity and resilience among smallholder farmers. I would like now to call on stage Dr. Anneke Trucks. Anne? In the middle. Anneke is an accomplished environmental scientist with expertise in climate adaptation, sustainable land management, and rural development. Her career is centered on implementing climate-smart agricultural practices and supporting resilience-building projects for communities affected by climate change across Africa and Asia. Help me welcome her again. And next, Ivo Demers. Yeah. Ivo is an expert in food systems and water management, working to promote sustainable agricultural practices and resource conservation. As a leader of the Wageningen University and Research Global Food and Nutrition Security Program, he has been instrumental in projects aimed at enhancing food security and climate resilience in vulnerable regions. Thank you. Next, I would like to call Mehedi Filali. Mehedi? Mehedi is a key leader at OCP Africa, where he drives initiatives focused on enhancing agricultural productivity and sustainability across the continent. He has a strong background in agribusiness. He has spearheaded programs, many programs that support smallholder farmers with access to quality fertilizer, training, and digital tools to improve crop yields. Welcome, Mehedi. Next up is Josephine Okot. Josephine? All right. Josephine is the founder and managing director of Victoria Seeds, a leading seed company in Uganda dedicated to improving agricultural productivity and food security. As a passionate agripreneur, she has been instrumental in providing quality seeds and training to smallholder farmers, empowering them to increase their yields and resilience. Welcome, Josephine. Last but not least, Nico Jensen. Nico is a strategic leader at the IKEA Foundation, where he focuses on initiatives that create sustainable livelihoods and foster economic resilience in vulnerable communities worldwide. With background in finance and development, he has overseen impactful programs that support climate action, renewable energy access, and agricultural sustainability. Welcome, Nico. So this is our panel, and get ready for interesting discussion. Today, I'm Umu Kamara, but Marina has introduced me, and I'm an agricultural economist from the best university in the world, Michigan State. Yay. There you go. And so this session today will focus on sharing our vision, strategies, and priorities for feeding Africa. You have heard from the leadership panel on about the size of the problem. So in this discussion here, we want to focus on how we get there. What are the impact pathways to get from soil health, agricultural productivity to food security? So we want specific outcomes from this discussion. We don't want the contributions to sit on the shelf. So today you have heard about many initiatives that are upcoming and past initiatives. So specifically, we would like to call for action in this session, and we want our practical recommendations to feed into the AU continent, the African Union Commission continental discussions, and around Africa Fertilizer and Soil Health, declaration action plans. Godfrey is with us. We are fortunate to have him. And so, Godfrey, we want our ideas, our visions, our strategies, we want you to carry them forward, please. And so we also want them to be fed into the next up to the Malabo Declaration, the Kampala Declaration, as well as the UN Food System Summit in 2025 in Kenya. So a lot of expectations from today. Now, we'll briefly introduce the panelists, and they will introduce themselves, and then we'll go over some questions for them, and then we'll leave a lot of time for Q&A. So, to know our panelists, I wanted them to share one thing with you that you don't know, we don't know, but that would link them to why they are here today, and what's the drive, what's the motivation, why are they food soldiers? So one thing, one lesson, one thing that we can learn about you. So I would like to start with Nico.
Yeah. One thing people don't know about me. I was inspired by a brother of my grandfather who used to work as a missionary priest actually in Brazil. And who used to come every summer and be full of stories of how people live in difficult circumstances, but also how innovative and creative people are in those circumstances. And that inspired me a lot to later on in my life go study in Wageningen University. Let's not start a competition who's the best. Let's work on collaboration instead of competition in the first place. So that was a real inspiration for me to do what I do and what I've always been doing in smallholder farming.
Thank you. Thank you, that is great. Josephine?
What people don't know about me is that one of my hobbies is riding the wild African elephant. And the reason I was inspired to take it seriously is the elephant represents the continent of Africa, so powerful with so much resources. And usually people would fear riding on the elephant, but you see that the resources of Africa can be utilized to make a difference. So I always believe where there is a will, there is a way, and that's why I was one of the first to champion a seed company as a woman. And the reason I called it Victoria is everybody discouraged me that are you crazy or something. And then I just said I'll give the name of a lake. A lake never goes anywhere. And I would wake up every morning saying, I'm a whole lake, I'll always be there. That's why I called it Victoria Seeds.
Mehdi?
Thank you, Umu. It's a very difficult question, by the way. Maybe people don't know that in my educational background, I have no link with agriculture and with agronomy and farmers because I'm an industrial engineer. And I have been working as an industrial engineer, but I came step by step to agriculture, to farmer solution, to on the ground, I would say. And I took this virus of helping and supporting smallholder farmers in Africa, but from the ground. But I have no educational, let's say, background on that, something that I learned on the ground.
Thank you, Mehdi. Yuval?
Yeah, thank you so much, Umu. Actually, there are two things I would like to share, and they're linked. In my early days, I used to be a windsurfer. What has that to do
Can you say that again?
With food? Windsurfing. That's what I did.
Windsurfing.
And by being out on the water, I had to compete and have to fight the challenges of wind and water. So that inspired me to also go to Wageningen and study something about water and soil. But then my first job was in Egypt, talking about water management, improving water management for farmers. But then standing at the bottom of the pyramids of a so long history in ancient society, it also made me humble. Why are we there to figure out how they should do their water management? So that was my also a good lesson in taking a much longer and holistic approach and not look at only the couple of years, 50 years ago, for instance, is still a very short time. there's much more time ahead and also in the past. So let's learn from that.
Great, thank you. Anne?
Yes. I'm a trained biologist. I'm coming rather from the environmental perspective. And that changed radically when one of my very first missions when I was young made me go to the south of Madagascar and visit a refugee camp with people trying to find food there because as by now Madagascar, the south of Madagascar is really drought prone and people suffer from insecurity. And my mission was about biodiversity, but I realized I hadn't anything to offer to those people, neither via biodiversity, neither via throwing all the money I had with you out of the window and giving it to somebody else. So it was a structural issue, and you cannot disconnect food security issues from any environmental or biodiversity intentions.
Thank you for sharing that. Richard? Yeah.
Morning, everyone. Maybe perhaps the senior most citizen of even this republic than most of you, because I can remember when I was born, just before you were born, Kenya was a British colony. And in those days, there used to be a lot of coffee farming. And as you know, Kenya produces a very good coffee. But there were a lot of problems, chemicals. They were using chemicals, Marathion, that was used to spray coffee. And it used to cause a lot of scratching on the farmers. And again, when the residue went to the main grid, the water, animals were not able to drink the water. I used to be a young herdsboy, and the cows would not take water, and I began wondering now, what do we do? So we had to actually go further distance upstream, where there was less agricultural activities, particularly coffee, with the residue coming back to the water. So I began now wondering, what can I do so that we can alleviate some of those problems? Because I also found that in time, this is also going to affect us. Scratching the skin and also looking for a solution. If animals cannot drink it, can humans drink it? So aware of that, when I came out of Herosras University, I came with business administration, and I said, well, the next thing I have to do is look for a solution to water. So started on bottled water. And that's how Kevian was born, and we started with bottling water. And up to now, we have continued innovating up to actually expanding to beverages. Again, looking into fruits that are normally grown and not actually preserved for longer, or for use when fruits are not in season. So that's what actually drove me into what I do and not to do straight business administration. Thank you.
Great, great, thank you. Andre?
Good morning, everybody. Myself I was born in Burkina Faso, and now is 42 years. I am struggling to get smallholder farmers in Africa to adopt fertilizer, to adopt technology for plant nutrition. And I was very enthusiastic at the beginning because I can see where we use potential by adopting fertilizer where farmers can get. But more it goes, more I become more and more impatient to see that something you can see the potential is huge, but you ask yourself why adoption is so slow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andre. Thank you, everyone, for sharing these personal stories with us. We really appreciate it, and this is very motivating. So next up, I would like to ask Andre to come set the stage for us. I would like Andre to focus on framing the issue and tell us what is at stake. You know, what is the size of the problem? Can you break it down for us in numbers? We've heard a few this morning. We want to leave you with some numbers to take home and to let you know that, you know, the size, the problem is huge, but the solutions are there and within our grasp. Andre?
Okay.
I'll slide the slides for you.
Thank you very much, Umu. It's really a great pleasure for me to talk to you about land degradation and food insecurity in Africa. I know the room is full of experts on this topic. In fact, I can see when my mentor, when I finished university, Professor Paul Vlek is in the room, so he was my mentor. So there's a lot of knowledge in the room. But yet, let me try to address the issue. Now, when you look at some numbers, you can see that Africa has 121 million hectares of land degraded. 65% of land in Africa is degraded. But you can see that in Europe, here where we are, you know, is only 25% of the land is degraded. Yes. Now, the first thing we may ask ourselves, you know, what even we mean by land degradation. And by land degradation, we really is the decline in soil fertility, in soil quality. And that is caused by improper use by men, erosion, loss of organic matter, and pollution. This process will result in the loss of soil fertility and its ability to support healthy crops. So land degradation is also result in loss of vegetative cover, ecosystem breakdown, and decline in biodiversity. We used to ask ourselves what are really the cause of land degradation. There are mainly three. The first is really the pressure, human and livestock pressure on the land is one of the main cause of land degradation. The next is really the loss of vegetation. And the third is really the climate change. Climate variability is really one of the main cause of land degradation. Yes. So when we look at Africa, when we talk about the hotspot of land degradation, I think everybody has in mind is the Sahel. I worked myself for 17 years in the Sahel with IFDC in Niger, and we know what we mean by being the hotspot of land degradation. The next highlight is the Ethiopian islands. It's known, it's well documented, but in African Ethiopian island, we are losing 1.5 billion tons of soils every year. And Kenya, Tanzania, Malawi, and Zambia, at least 60% of the land there is degraded. So the numbers we are having again is $42 billion in income, and 6 million hectares of productive land are lost every year due to land degradation. Now, when you take the productivity classes of the soils in Africa, as a result, you can see that 55% of the land in Africa is not suitable for crop production, 55. What we call the baseline, what we call prime line, in Africa we have is only 9.6%. And the high potential is 6.7%, but most of the land we are cultivating is considered in terms of productivity classes as 28% is between medium to low potential. In fact, to give some example, for water erosion, scientists documented that for water erosion, mainly when the soil is not covered, we can lose up to 20 tons of land, of soil per year. But if we were able to cover the soil in the same place, we will lose only 1.3 tons. So because of lack of soil cover, is a lot of land is degraded in Africa. Yes. Now, for those who are familiar with Sahel, like me, we are used to see those storm, wind erosion is really a big issue. And scientists already recorded that you can lose up to 60 tons of land per hectare in the Sahel per year, just due to wind erosion. Now, to talk about what is our own interest is really the land degradation due to soil mining. And in fact, our knowledge in terms of soil mining is really coming mainly from Netherlands, from Eric Smalling and his group. So most of the knowledge we accumulate, we have in is really the pioneer is coming from the Eric Smalling and his group. And we know that when we talk about the nutrient mining, it means farmers in Africa are taking from the soil more than they are adding to the soil. So they are mining the soil. Year after year, we are just borrowing from the soil. In fact, we borrow from the soil to feed. They borrow from the soil to feed themselves and to feed the rest of the population. And we all know that cannot be sustainable. Just to give you, just already been mentioned that in terms of, because of low use of fertilizer is one of the main causes of nutrient mining, as unfortunately Africa is using presently only 18 kilograms per hectare of NPK, but the world is using 135, so we are using 13% of the global rate. One of the things we know also, when the little fertilizer we are using, when you look the nutrient use efficiency, what 1 kilogram of nutrient will it produce? In Africa, it's also those numbers are still very low. I can tell you, we have an example of 1 kilo will just produce 4 kilograms of grain, of sorghum or millet or maize. When in Europe, 1 kilogram of nutrient can produce over 40 kilograms of grain. So the nutrient use efficiencies are also very, very low in Africa. And just to give you an example, using the nutrient mining, we know that over a period of 30 years, farmers mine from the soil 660 kilograms of nitrogen, 75 kilograms of P, and 440 kilograms of potassium. So, and it was qualified, but what African farmers are taking from the land, and we are not replacing, is equivalent to $4 billion per year, is what African farmers are borrowing from the land, and we are not replacing. This again, just to amplify this, the main problem we are having. If you take nitrogen as an example, you can see that African farmers are taking from the land 4.4 million tons of nitrogen. But what we are adding is only 0.8 million tons of nitrogen. So you can see the yield gap, all the big gap, just due to nutrient mining, is what we are mining from the soil. Yes. So we talk about carbon. We all know we talk soil health. We know we need the fertilizer for plant nutrition. We need also to maintain the soil organic carbon. Again, we have a big challenge in Africa. Soil, most of the soil are sandy. And we know when the soil is sandy, it's not protected. There's no clay to protect the carbon. So we are having losses, up to 7% of losses of carbon every year on sandy soil. But if we were lucky that we increase the level, the soil has 12% of clay and silt, we will be losing only 2% of carbon. But unfortunately, most of our land are also eroded. Even we have a good level of clay to protect the carbon. When the soil is eroded, you can see we can still lose up to 6% of carbon. So as a result, when we look the yield we can get on station, in African on station by our scientists, and you look the yield farmers are getting, you can see a lot of gap. You can see a lot of gap, and you can see, you take, for example, the cassava. By the way, I am a cassava farmer also. You can see that farmers produce presently about 8 tons of cassava tuber per hectare. But on my farm, I can produce up to 50 tons of cassava. So you can see that for most of the crop, we can easily increase the yield 5 times if we were adopting integrated soil fertility management approach. Easily is possible to increase the yield of most of the crop 2 to 5 times or more. Now, in fact, for food security, I'm going to be brief because I've been already covered by, and we all know that 280 million people in Africa are food insecure, what is about 20% of the population. So, and we know also the most affected hotspot is Ethiopia, South Sudan, Somalia, Nigeria, and the Sahelian countries. Now, I think we have been, all those things are very well known, but you know that agricultural production increased only by 2.5% in Africa, but in Latin America it was 2.9% and 3.5% in Asia. And I think it was mentioned by the director of the EU Commission that in 1990, Africa was importing food for $15 million. But as we know today, we are importing food for $50 billion. So, and this is also very alarming when you know that if we continue to do business as usual, by 2050, Africa will import 87% of the food we are consuming. That is very alarming. Yes. So let me conclude, and we all know that healthy soil is a prerequisite to achieve sustainable food security. And we already mentioned that we need to increase agricultural production by 70% if we want to really, by 2050, if we want to achieve food to feed Africa. Like I was mentioning, the little fertilizer we are using, we are not using it really efficiently. We still need to do a lot to improve what we call the nutrient use efficiency. And all my life, I work on phosphate rock. all over Africa. I was in East Africa, in West Africa, in Southern Africa, and I still see huge potential. 80% of the soils in Africa are short in phosphorus. But Africa has between 60 to 80% of phosphate rock. I can see the huge potential we are having to replenish the phosphate deficient soil in Africa. Yes. So this is my last slide. Is where I really think is I will think of a very important recommendation. We absolutely need presently to develop national action plan to combat land degradation. Is extremely important, and we, as you know, to combat land degradation worldwide, we need trillions of dollars. We need to spend up to 84 billion annually of dollars, and we all know that we cannot leave that only to the poor farmers in Africa. It will never happen. So we strongly believe that the society has also to be involved with, and the society, our government need to really invest to combat land degradation. The same way we are investing to build roads or dams or hospitals for the society, we really need to do the same thing to combat land degradation. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Andre, for breaking it down for us. Now we're going to turn over to Ivo and Anne to tell us what success looks like. I mean, we all know the size of the problem. How do we get there? What do you see as the key elements of sustainable food systems? What are impact pathways from soil health restoration to food security? So I'll start with you, Ivo.
Yeah, what does success look like? I think being here online and together with you is already a success. So that's a first congratulation to put through conferences like this the topic on the agenda and to keep it on the agenda. Hence fostering collaboration, education, but also financial instrument and policy instrument like Godfrey also mentioned this morning. But if we talk about food security, to me it's also about food and nutrition security. It's not only about food security, it includes healthy diets. Our food systems should also contribute to equitability and obviously to sustainability, including resilience or biodiversity, as already mentioned this morning. And that comes with synergies and trade-offs. Yeah. So navigating that food system is peculiar. And there was reflected already a bit also to the Dutch situation, and I think that's globally happening. Farmers are not similar, are not the same, but they are worldwide sometimes in same or similar positions, where they do not have the power to influence the options to buy what they want to buy and to produce what they want to produce. And perhaps the same could be said about consumers. Can you really influence the way farmers grow your food? So it's also about the equitability part of making farmers more important and also bringing consumers into the equations, not only for the diets, but also for the sustainability. Yeah. And that often means also institutional change and behavioral change. So we are not looking only for technical aspects, but also looking at the governance of our food systems, and happily recognized also by the African Union Commission. But to do so successfully, it should be locally driven. And all contexts are specific and come with specific solutions. And for us as Netherlands Food Partnership, I think the food system pathways, which are derived from the Food System Summit in 2021, provide a valuable entry to look at countries where their policies and their goals for food systems are, and to see how also the Netherlands knowledge companies, but also development organizations and public sector can contribute to those local agendas. In order also to improve the choices of farmers and the choices of consumers. Because what we don't want is to increase the dependency on international single relations. We should improve multiple options, increase the diversity. Also, where do you source your resources in an international perspective? That increases diversity and hence also will contribute to resilience. Then a bit about the Netherlands Food Partnership, how we do that, because it's in our name, partnership, and perhaps it maybe not developed or coined in the Netherlands, but I made a reference to water, and that was also to make clear that where our international guests landed in Schiphol this morning or yesterday, that's below sea level. So we have to unite and have to work close together to keep our feet dry and keep our water quality at par. And that dates back to the Middle Ages. So that's where it's the DNA, it's in the Dutch DNA of working together. So that's also what we do in the Netherlands Food Partnership, supported by the Ministries of Agriculture and also Trade and Development Cooperation, to help build international relations. And to, from locally driven partnerships, contribute with the best solutions, because yes, we learned in the past. So yes, we can share some of the lessons, but there's also lessons to be learned from all over the world. And to give you an example, maybe if you look at water and at salinity, where we, as the Netherlands Food Partnership, launched a partnership on saline water and food partnerships in 2000, I think it was 22 at the COP26 in Glasgow, uniting not only Dutch expertise, but international expertise on saline water and agri-food. And by doing so, we are not only setting salinity on a higher level on the international agendas, where we recently adopted that in the FAO WASAC community, but also made that possible to include it in actual projects on the ground. If we go to Senegal, government of Senegal said, okay, no more onions importing to Senegal unless our own onions run out. So only then it's allowed to import onions, which is good as it helps equitability. But as a supporting program, there was a development from the seed sector, but not only from seed, soil, horticulture experts, but also salinity experts were added there to that project to really cope with the rising salinity levels. So that's why you see multiple levels working together and setting agendas and actually make change happen on the ground. So that's a pathway to success, to link more to water, and this was just one example. Second example is look at sector development. And I know there are a lot of people working also in the seed sector, and IFDC is also working in the seed sector. And there you have the added benefit of really working together not only on soils, but doing that in conjunction with integrated seed sector development. Supported by a Dutch consortium, which is managed by Seed&L, supported by the Netherlands Food Partnership, which is Seed&L, but also really developed into programs in, for instance, Nigeria and Ethiopia. And what does it take? Also their local agendas. Nigeria was a success because it started with a roadmap specifically for Nigeria. What is needed to improve the seed sector in Nigeria? In Ethiopia, it's long-term cooperation, already for 12 years, and just last week, with support of the European Commission, also supported for another period. So that's not only the Dutch, it's really international cooperation to bring seed sector to a higher level. And then last point, from water to sector development, also look at the institutional and governance. And there I might stay to Ethiopia, where we were approached by the government of Ethiopia to help to incorporate their externalities in food systems thinking. So environmental, but also social costs, bring that into the decision-making of where to invest in their food systems. So not only looking at the technical aspects, but also really looking at environmental and social effects. And we found the mechanisms we already start using in the Netherlands on true pricing of food that can be used also in Ethiopian context. And that project is really going on now, starting from coffee, but including tomato, including potato, and rice. So it's not only export, it's really also looking at local food. And to leave you with one more thing, so we had water, we had sector development, and looking at institutional change. I think in the next years, we will be looking more at working together and in conjunction with energy. Where you see the World Bank hugely investing in energy programs across Europe now, across Africa. And what shocked me was that sometimes it's promoted to have solar-powered irrigation included in those projects, where that can be beneficial. But as it cuts down on the operational costs, the effects can be detrimental on water levels. So there, I think for the food security sector to really look into the energy sector and how we can cooperate there should be something we will do in the coming years. Also because 4.3% of international climate funding is going to food systems, where on average 30% of greenhouse gas emissions are coming from the food sector. So there's a really disbalance in investing on our environmental impact from food system, from greenhouse gas reductions. So I think we should step up there, and I think the solution is in energy because there's a lot of investments going to happen.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next, Anne. What can you add to that in terms of impact pathways? Yeah.
I would like to do a little bit of storytelling from my professional context. Yeah. The German Development Cooperation, or the German government, has been investing in transformation of agri-food systems more than 2 billion euros over the past 10 years. And one investment on a global program on soil protection and rehabilitation of 240 million over the past 10 years, invested in improving soils with a clear target of boosting food production in 7 countries, including India, Tunisia, and some countries in sub-Saharan Africa. And that's the background of experience I would like to talk about.
Okay.
So maybe the first thing is, what are we talking about when we spell out agri-food systems? What is it? Very simplified, if you look at the middle line of the picture, you talk about the primary food production and also the marketing of food products. You talk, if you look to the right, about the food, nutrition, and other products. We don't only produce food, but there are also fibers and other things. and their consumption and consumption patterns of consumers. And then, last but not least, we need also to consider the supportive systems. That's to say, education, extension, finances, and also the inputs and services. You cannot talk about agri-food systems if you do not consider supply of seeds, of fertilizers, and whatsoever. So the point is now, we have been doing that forever, producing food. That's the basis of our survival. So why do we need a transformation? The transformation is needed because the way which we produce food, I keep still the slide, the slide before, has a lot of hidden costs. Environment, production systems, health. For example, in Benin, we found out that the cost of wrong pesticide application is 174 euros per household and per year. Indian farmers suffer a lot from wrong pesticide application. It causes death and destruction of families. So it's important. And what we often do not consider, the hidden costs of agri-food systems, they exceed the market value of all products that we produce. So researchers tell us hidden costs are about 12 trillion euro per year, and that's more than 10% of the global gross domestic product. So it's a problem with a certain size. So our problem is then that we systematically externalize and distort costs, and they have to be indirectly borne, because somebody, either we or future generations, have to bear these costs. So there is a need for transformation in order to offset these costs. And also researchers tell us that an investment of 200 to 500 billion euros per year would be needed to reduce around 5 to 10 trillion euros of these costs. So it pays off. It's just hidden, and we need to be aware. And it's also a pathway helping to address our SDG goals. Hunger, the Paris Declaration with its 1.5 degrees goal, and if we don't do anything, we are going to fail. So you look at the bottom line, and there you have a couple of triggers that would help to bring food systems to a more sustainable situation. That's to say, providing healthy diets for all, providing environmental health and also resilience. Resilience not only against climate shocks, but also the war of Russia against Ukraine was mentioned. Also, we're dealing with other crises, not just the climate one, and also to have secured prosperity and just livelihoods for all. Soils can play a major role in it. Investing in soil health means innovation. It means also a benefit to environment and climate. Healthy soils are much more resilient against climate change. They are healthy soils, or soils in general, they are the biggest carbon stores after worldwide after the oceans. So we need them. And also at the policy level, I think there is a lot that is related to soils. Now let's get to practice a little bit about the program I've been talking you to. The next slide, this slide that you see, just highlights who should be enrolled in transformation. It's not just an issue of conventional farmers or of smallholders or of indigenous. all farming systems, and we need to be conscious that we have very different farming systems, need to be enrolled, but pathways for them, they are different. So their needs are different. Next, please. So what you see here is some conclusions on a stepwise approach of the program we have been running over the past 10 years. The target is to rehabilitate close to 1 million hectares and to provide food security for 3 million people, and I think we are close to that target. So, what has been the conclusion on how to organize this pathway? So, the first point is start from existing problems. Often we talk about blunt fertilizer recommendations, but they don't help a lot when you talk about food productions. Consider really what's the problem of the dominant farming systems that you are faced at. Is it a lack of nutrients? Are there specific nutrient deficit? Is it a lack of soil organic carbon? Is it an overuse? Acidity? Is it land governance? Is it labor? So start where you find the problems. So the first steps, what we find out is try to figure out the quick wins and to increase also the farm biomass. Why quick wins? Transformation for farmers, especially smallholders, means risk. Change is risk. And I think Geoffrey underlined we cannot oblige farmers to take major risks if they work on 1 or 2 hectares. So try to find solutions with an immediate benefit. One example from the highlands of Ethiopia, major problem is soil acidity, very low pH, and that fertilizer is available, but low pH hampers the uptake of fertilizers, so you will lose your investment on fertilizers up to 45%. It's just money thrown away. So the beauty in the quick fix was to start with liming soils to bring them back to neutral acidity, and then to build on integrated soil fertility management that includes watch about quality seeds, go for green manure, go for more farm costs, recycle the resources that you have on the farm, and mix organic and inorganic fertilizers. So, and that has led us partially to yield increases of more than 70%. Farmers having quit first wheat, then maize production, and then stepped out of farming production, gradually came back to that. So then, if you advance, if you gain knowledge, if you gain also trust of farmers in their ability to cope and to face the problems they had, you need to start to think in systems. Because it's not only to change some practices, but you need to rethink really to the improvement of resource use efficiency. And there we need to address often forgotten elements. For example, if you talk about soil health, you need to think about mechanization. Farmers going from maybe 1.5 hectare to more hectares, or facing climate change, they need small-scale mechanization because they cannot cope anymore given labor constraints with the workload they have to do. So think about appropriate mechanization. Often we don't look at land governance. If you're a Kenyan woman farmer and you want to invest in agroecology because you're convinced it will boost your farm production, your problem might be you have a leasehold and your landlord will take the land away after 2 years when seeing the effect of what you're doing. So look at the land governance. Another thing is look at business models. You are a farmer and you're convinced about crop rotation, but what about not finding seeds on the pulses you need for crop rotation and enhanced nitrogen application to your farms?
Yeah.
So Andre told us about the huge loss of nitrogen that we face. And then you've got a problem. So this is a lot of technical solutions. But where does transformation start? A technical solution is not yet a transformation. Transformation starts when you achieve changes at scale. Mm-hmm. In Ethiopia, we achieved with ISFM and liming a 42% yield increase at an average. And that means you can get up to 2 tons per hectare more grains. If you look at systems that will mean you can get in Ethiopia 8 million tons a year, and that can feed 36 million people. And that's where transformation starts. We discussed also about domestic resources and alternative resources. Ivo, you mentioned that. Diversify, be less dependent on external resources. One of the resources, for example, Ethiopia has is cow urine. It can produce urea, a major nitrogen resource, and the potential is twice as that what Ethiopia imports every year in terms of urea at a cost of 320 million euro. Huge potential. We talked also about phosphate, and also a country such as Ethiopia has a huge potential, for example, from bone char, a major input that can provide an input on phosphorus. And it can have also a market value of $300 million per year. So a major potential for transformation. And last but not least, we have been working also, and that's one of the challenges of the Nairobi Declaration, we have been working together in a coalition of the willing on fertilizer efficiency. If you get from blunt fertilizer recommendations to site-specific recommendations based on proper soil data, you can save up, and that was shown by trials, 40% of your fertilizer. So it means lower or at least not increased investment for farmers and governments, while at the same time enhancing the production. So let me come up with a couple of lessons learned that we have. So the first lesson from the whole program has been try to reduce complexity. Transformation starts with quick wins. If we face farmers with very complex recommendations on agroecology or ISFN, we might fail. So start easy. The second lesson would be transformation is a very knowledge-intensive pathway. So you need to invest in capacity development. Capacity development, also based on extension, costs a lot of money. To get down to the last mile is very resource intensive. So in a country such as Benin, where we have boosted 60% yield increase with agroecological methods, the beauty was to find multiplication structures in the extension where we could reach more farmers than before. And that's a mix of digital means, of good extension, of getting farmers into a system of farmer-to-farmer support and extension in order to get your cost a bit down. The next thing is investment in soil health really pays off. So I already gave you quite a couple of numbers. Just to highlight one, liming in Ethiopia will cost a lot of money. It might cost to treat 4 million hectares, $1.6 billion, but the gain of it will be 30 million. So these investments, they really pay off. Next point might be think transformation as a process. It's not a plan, it's really a process. And the Nairobi Declaration addresses, and that was really a huge gain, fertilizer and soil health at a time. But a learning also for the implementation of the Nairobi Declaration might be we should look a little bit more into the farming systems and farming practices, because in practice I see a certain turn to the fertilizer input. Match it rather with thinking about agronomic practices. We will be more efficient and lower the challenge. And the next point also, we need to think a little bit more in processes, not just in plans. Plans don't work. It's a process where you need to consider what's your milestone, what's the capacity, and the role of the different stakeholders that are involved, and what can be the real performance in a given period.
Okay.
And
I have to stop you soon.
yes, and then think better big than perfect.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Fantastic. So next I'll call on Josephine and Richard, but let me start with Richard, Josephine. You are both from the private sector, and this morning we touched a little bit about the role of the public sector, public goods, market inefficiencies. What do you see as a role of the public sector to improve the business climate for the private sector? The private sector has a big role to play. So, Richard.
Thank you very much. For me, I think, yes, private sector has a big role to play in, let's say, soil improvement and food, self-security. But I think we need to move a little bit from, let's say, talking purely agriculture, fertilizer, and look, you cannot produce quality food without water. Most of the rivers and water sources in Africa are drying. And therefore, it's good to note that Africa is no longer reliable on rainfall. It is, rain-fed agriculture. And therefore, water storage and water harvesting is key and is important. You cannot, farm, though you have quality seeds and you don't have quality water or water, you will not be able to grow anything. And therefore, we have to ensure that Africa, sort of goes into a system of damming and collecting water when the rains come. Sometimes rain come, they wash away, they go away, then you're left with no water at all. I'm told a lot of rivers, especially in Zimbabwe now, they were telling me Victoria Falls is completely dry. Now, farmers cannot be able to grow anything without water, and therefore to harvest water is key. Where we do that, water harvesting, soil testing is important and must always be done. And anyway, needless to say about Zimbabwe, because even in Kenya, we are suffering from the same. It is the time that Mother Nature is actually out to punish us for what we have not done. We have to go into serious tree, planting, and, sort of a rural afforestation can be gained by actually even planting fruit trees like avocado, like mango, like, cashew nuts. All these things will increase food nutrition and also be used as, forest cover. Well, still we are at that, and as we look at the methods of, farming in Africa, most of the farmers, because now we are small scale, we are no longer large scale, and therefore we depend on those small scale. So rotation is important, but there was a question, what will he do if he left land to sort of rest for a time? So we have to actually adapt more methods, and some of them, because they are mixed farmers, some of them will have a cow, they'll have goats, they'll have chicken, they'll have something else in the same farm, which is maybe 1.5 acres to 2.5 acres, which is the general. So the real thing that actually, asks them is also food storage. You don't have food storage, therefore, when there is, food in abundance, everything goes to the market for sale. And when it goes, there's nothing that is left in their strategic reserves. Mm-hmm. So we need to also, as private sector, invest, or as investors, invest on storage and mechanization of agriculture. You cannot expect somebody to use the old traditional method, using a hoe to sort of perhaps even dig 5 acres. It will take them almost forever before they can finish. So simple implements that are for use to mechanize agriculture would be vital and necessary. And while also we look at what resources are available locally to facilitate maybe branding of fertilizers or production of some raw materials good for fertilizer, for soil. So therefore, it is good for us to realize that even though we could have very good policies, sometimes policies are not implemented to the letter. Our case is, for instance, in Kenya, we have to fight against the home developers who will offer farmers a lot of money so that they can build either gated community inside some kind of land, areas. This calls for policy, sticking to the policy, to the letter, to ensure that the available land for production does not go to home developers. Naturally, when they find a farmer with 5 acres, they can put a lot of units there. They offer a lot of money. But the end result is that, again, we continue either looking for new areas to grow, or the farmer ends up now not growing, and the new settlers in that area will require food. So importation of food, again, becomes more and more relevant because of maybe not sticking to land policy. So what must we all do is to ensure that whenever there is an opportunity, like damming, coming with implements and equipment that are suitable for soil improvement or agricultural improvement, those of us that are from any part, and especially you Europeans, who have this kind of equipment should actually think of local production whereby they can be used into agriculture to improve agriculture and ensure that there is food security becomes a reality. It's good to notice that according to the survey that was done in Kenya by NFSCP, has increased fertilizer access from 29 to 67 in 1 year, March 23 to 24, helping 2 out of 3 farmers, mostly in vulnerable communities, and afford essential inputs. That is a CBK, Central Bank of Kenya, 2024. Subsidies have significantly reduced the cost and have enhanced productivity and proven soil, carbon content. However, the gap is The current subsidy design lacks crop-specific and soil-specific targeting, limiting widespread fertilizer adoption. And even though the government, especially in Kenya, comes with a fertilizer sort of subsidy, at times the advice for quality or for the specific type of fertilizer for a specific crop is important. And therefore, what you said about Yara having this system, good for, sort of, maybe, shall I call it remote sensing and knowing about the various soils and what is suitable for what, it would be essential to advise these small-scale farmers. It's good also to realize that Kenya has now devolved government. There are 47 counties, and with 47 counties, each of them is autonomous. So they have to do whatever they are supposed to do in terms of agriculture, in terms of fisheries, in terms of forestry cover, in terms of all whatever they want to do. They are free and they are left free to do that. And therefore to do so, those of us who are able to advise the various, county government on what to do would be a welcome move for us to move more towards self-sufficient and able to actually grow and have something to spare for others who are more vulnerable. So, like I said, the soil testing and other things are important. We got to look at the balanced tariffs to support local markets and input access. The government have got also to look into this and not have some what you call prohibitive duties and other things for agricultural input. It is important that they get removed or they get perhaps reduced to a minimum level to ensure that agricultural gets first priority. I think in the past days, agriculture has been taken as just for food subsistence to the Africans. But now it is important, and it is important for us to be self-reliant so that we are not dependent. We've been taught by COVID. We've been taught by these wars that are going on in various areas that it is important for Africa now also to be able to produce enough to feed itself, and in times of such calamities, they are able to export to Europe. We do a lot of export of flowers. We do a lot of export of horticultural products. And with that, again, it's good for us to work together so that we do not use wrong chemicals. We do not use chemicals that are not suitable. I told you how I went into the industry that I am in because of animals totally refusing to drink water, then was forced to go into it. After that, it became an offshoot of the fruit production. We deal with small-scale farmers, up to 3,600 in number, and we produce up to 200 tons of fruit concentrate when the fruit is in season per day. So with this one, we need committed farmers. We need farmers who are able to get all the implements, get water, otherwise the industry would be in trouble. So it is important for us to get market access, to get easy funding for the farmers so that they also, they take farming as a business. But when they don't take farming as a business, it is very easy for them to get attraction from elsewhere, abandon agriculture, and then we start suffering on food.
Yeah, Richard, can you conclude?
All right. In conclusion,
yes.
I think I would say we should promote local production of raw materials suitable for local fertilizer production, promote also agriculture-based compost, manure, and local fertilizer production will be actually maybe key to this. We may say it's expensive, it's, whatever it is, but I think some of the raw materials will be available so branding can become a reality. So again, removal of duties and levies on all agricultural raw materials will be essential for us to actually have a lasting solution towards food security. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, Josephine, I'll give you 5 minutes because we don't want to lose Mehdi. And you have a lot of questions for Mehdi, I know. So, and then we also have Nico. So, please.
I'll manage in 5 minutes. You can just start with the slide.
Okay.
Yeah. I requested the moderator to bring this slide because you asked as private sector. The AAU describes us SMEs as the last mile of delivery.
Yeah.
So as seed companies getting seed, but now crop protection products, including fertilizer. When you look at that picture, and it concerns all of you, that was 2007. Can you, the first slide? Yeah, and if you look at that slide, we were speaking about transformation of African agriculture. It was in Oslo. I see the development partner there, NORAD, and then there was CADAP. And of course, at that time, we were taken as the youth of Africa, the promise of the future. And that was 2007. And each of us have gathered here. And I think that's why in the next slide I said, are we walking the talk or just talking during the walk? I think it concerns each of us. Why do I say? I go back to Andre. If you look at the summary that Andre brought out in terms of food import bill, I don't even want to go into it. He actually says things are getting worse. For me, I'll just only emphasize on the diet for a healthy life. Because in 2007, when we were speaking about transformation, only 10% of the African population was undernourished. But FAO statistics of 2022 shows that it has now more than doubled. It's at 27%. So as Andre says, when you have a population, 27%, that is not well nourished, they are going to be unproductive, and even the children, you are destroying your future indirectly. Those children will be stunted. So to me, that is actually something that concerns all of us. So when we come to this forum, if 2007 and now, we are really in reverse gear, should we collectively continue to talk, or perhaps we should start doing things differently? It's just, I myself was also forced to meditate on it, because if things are reversing and we are talking, then I think our talk is not producing an outcome. Perhaps today, I commend IFDC, our talk should produce an outcome. Okay, so you gave me only 5 minutes. We go to the next slide now. So as private sector, I think just one, if we are the last mile of delivery, we should replicate what has already worked. In seed, we harmonize our seed policies and regulations. So we were not working as silos in countries. East African communities, we harmonize, SADC harmonize, I think West Africa. So it's very easy to move seed within the continent. In fact, as I speak, I think 3 weeks ago, we got a seed order from Angola for pasture seed. So it's very easy. All you need to do is you know that if I have the certification label, it is accepted the other side, because we harmonize that. But in the context of fertilizer, we are still all working in our silos. Each country, we have our own policies. So it makes it challenging, because it should be an opportunity. Yeah. And we have the Africa Continental Free Trade Area that should help us to trade. But although I was excited about trade with Angola, normally ACFT said we should trade in our own currencies. So that thing is still not working because the Angolans went to their central bank and said, can we send Kwanza to Uganda shillings? And no, they had to wait for dollars, and it's ridiculous because the regulators can ensure that works. So I think that is an opportunity that if it is addressed, I see that many countries have one. Uganda, Rwanda, we just have one blending company. It means there's an opportunity to capitalize on that so that farmers can have access. Then the second one I mentioned is, of course, I would perhaps first speak about the human capital, then I'll go to the value chain. So it's, if we are the last mile of delivery, we don't just walk with the fertilizer and dump it there. The farmers need knowledge to empower them. But the present extension, from my own experience, it's like 40 years knowledge. That is what they are using. And the truth is, when I organize farmer field days, many times, not always, the farmers are the ones who begin teaching the extension officer. That is the truth. And it's not their fault, because you see, they have knowledge that is knowledge of 30 years ago of how to do production before climate change came in, before the fall armyworm came in. So it's not possible if they are not taken for refresher courses, so they can't know. So seriously, that gap has to be addressed. And like I mentioned, the meeting of 17 years ago, I've gone to many forums addressing that human capital gap needs engaging the Ministry of Education. These little kids, primary level, secondary level, tertiary level, they need to know and understand what has changed, what is different. Because the extension officers now, if you ask, they just know the monocrop and apply DAP. They cannot really help the farmer say, fine, why don't you intercrop with cowpea or with soybean or with lab? They don't have that. They were not trained to do that. So that's a very big gap. And until we engage the Ministry of Education, I think that will not work. And of course, it cannot just be the knowledge. Also, it has to go with digital information so that farmers can have that information in a timely manner. And my time is almost over. For us to push the fertilizer like seed, there has to be an attractive output market for the farmer. We can talk, and another 20 years come, and I will not even be there, the next generation of youth, and we will still. It's important that there is the public sector, as you said, there has to be an investment in the value chains. Because in the context of Uganda, the fertilizers that are sold go to the sugar industry, tea industry that was developed for the last 50 years from pre-independence. So that is the guarantee. Maize, as of now, after the Ukraine war, fertilizer cost is 25% per acre. I don't need to give you the breakdown. That is too high if you're a farmer. 25% just fertilizer. When you add other herbicides, harvesting, weeding, all that, but fertilizer, that is too high. So what has happened, farmers are not, it's true they buy our hybrid seeds, but they don't apply fertilizer. So that cost is obviously too high. So if we really want farmers to invest in fertilizer and restore the soil health, it is something that must be done in, I would call, public-private partnership to ensure that we do not just sell raw products, but we add value. I actually did some check, because right now, you know, Brazil, because of the drought, the price of coffee is a boom in Uganda. And it's great because the market is high. But when I checked, the farm gate price in Uganda is 3.75 euros of coffee. But here actually in Amsterdam, if in a supermarket, Nescafe Gold, it's 44.95 euros per kilogram. So it means the farmer gets 8% of that value chain. Try to be that farmer. You are down there getting 8%. Would you invest in that soil? For what? And even the ones that with not so much added value, I think there is a brand called Ili Classico, 100% Arabica. These brands should be branded. That's where public sector comes to, as a product, whether it's from Uganda or Rwanda, it has to be, they have to be supported to get their brand in the European markets because of the regulations. So that brand of coffee is just roasted Arabica. It is 30.76, which is still around only 12%. So if we want to add value, if we want farmers to invest, and that is from my experience, what you really want the market to grow, there has to be value addition on the continent of Africa. And this farm gate price cannot be less. A farmer cannot make less than 15 to 20% of that pyramid. If we can reach that level, then I think it will work. So allow me the last one.
No, the last question, I'll ask Mehdi that. Your $1 million question.
Okay, the $1 million question.
Yeah, let me ask Mehdi that.
Yeah, because it's an opportunity that has puzzled me. Why are we exporting and we are struggling to import?
Mehdi, on top of your question here, you need to answer Josephine's question, $1 million question. And that is, what happens to the 30 million tons of mineral fertilizer produced on the continent?
Perfect, thank you. Thank you, Umu. First, I would like to congratulate IFDC for the organization of this event and for the 50 years of action and bringing impact and concrete projects especially on the continent. And also, I wish at least 50 other years or even more of action on the continent to IFDC. So to answer to your question, what is healthy soil? First, we have to understand how are our soils. So we have to understand their needs of our soils, their cycles, their components of health. And to do so, we have to leverage on the science and on the technology that is available today. As you know, OCP Group, as African company, we have our headquarters in the northwest of Africa in Morocco. We have especially for the African continent, we have specially involved and committed to support at our level the agri-food transformation, also as a major player on phosphate fertilizer industry. From our hand, we have been investing heavily in the digital soil mapping, as we have invested with our partners, and one of our partners is ISRIC from Wageningen University. We are also working with UM6P, University Mohammed VI Polytechnic in Bangladesh, that is now a leading university in Africa. So we have been working to develop 50 million hectares of digital soil mapping, first to understand the needs of our soils. To empower that also, we have many projects on R&D in more than 10 countries with our partners like IFDC, but also the local research institutes and universities to develop some solutions that are going to tackle the salinity of soils, the acidity of soils, to improve the organic content of soils, and to develop also biofertilizers to have, let's say, a more healthy and integrated soil health management system. Those projects are developing solutions that are targeting 90 million hectares for African soil. So this is major projects, and we have to work also with all the partners how to make this academic, let's say, work on the ground by developing also financing mechanism and all the actions to put this result really on the ground. After understanding the needs of soils, we have to work on efficient fertilization. This is when it comes to the 4R nutrient stewardship. And we strongly believe that knowing the needs of each soil, we should bring each nutrient with the right source, with the right rate, with the right time and location. It's not about blanket utilization of one standard fertilizer. We should be very precise and efficient to bring what's needed for soil and for the crops to have an efficient fertilization. By doing so, we can improve the yield by 30 to 40% in some crops like maize, rice, potato, teff in Ethiopia, and in all the countries. If we combine with integrated soil health management approach, we have some results that can reach until 200% of yield increase. So it's very important to have this comprehensive work between integrated soil health management and customization and efficient fertilization through the 4R. And one important element, we are investing a lot also on it with our partners, is the capacity building of farmers, is the demo plot. So in terms of training, for example, we did more than 3.5 million training of farmers. And also, let's say, the demonstration plots to demonstrate, farmer all over the world is very pragmatic. You can tell him the best story. If he don't see with his eyes, he will not believe, everywhere. So we have to do this work on demonstration on the ground with those farmers, with those communities, step by step. It's a heavy work, but it should be done. And as OCP, we have been investing in 10,000 demo plots through all over the continent with our partners. Also, what I can say is that now we have a plan. We have the chance to have a plan. We have the plan of African Union, the 10-year action plan to develop the fertilizer and soil health. It's a major achievement because we have been going from Abuja, where it was just a target of nutrients, 50 kg per hectare, to now a plan that is much more comprehensive, that includes the soil health, that includes the productivity, that includes the extension services. For example, in the Declaration of Nairobi, we say that we have to triple the domestic production of organic and inorganic fertilizers. We have also to, in 10 years, we have also to make 70% of the farmers, smallholder farmers, have access to extension services, to recommendation. We have also to reverse land degradation and to make 30% rehabilitate 30% of our agricultural lands. So this is very important objectives. There is a plan at African level, and when it's under, let's say, declination into different regions and country. Now, the needs are huge. If we want to double, as it says in the Nairobi Declaration or the 10-year action plan, if we want to double the crop production, the investment will be huge. Yeah. So we strongly believe that to achieve those goals, we should work in partnership between private, public, DFIs, international organizations in the same way, on the same roadmap, coherently, to achieve those goals. And this is something that is possible, and we have to work on it. At our level, this is illustrated, I think, in the slide, there is some partnerships because we wanted to come with the concrete actions as the private sector committed. As you said, we should not just talk, we should come with concrete actions. Okay. And this is our objective from the beginning when we have been working with the colleagues from African Union and the whole ecosystem, IFDC, APNI, and all the organization on this 10-year action plan. So from our side, we have developed some partnerships to support the 10-year action plan at our level. I will highlight with few examples. First one is a major partnership with USAID on space to place. Okay. Because as OCP, as I said, we did and we are doing a lot in this digital soil mapping, but we want to combine our forces with space to place to combine between this data that we are developing, that is public data, by the way, available at the country level for everyone, and the hyper-localized recommendation of space to place. By doing so, this is a good example of how we can combine our forces to bring this data at the farmer level with hyper-localized recommendation. So this is the first one. And it has been launched through the signature during the May this year with our chairman and the administrator of USAID in Benguir at UM6P. Second partnership, major partnership, where we have been launching is the partnership with the World Bank on different initiatives. First one is the development of the fertilizer and soil health hub for West Africa and Sahel that is in Ibadan, hosted at IATA. We are working also with IFDC, that is a major partner on that, and APNI and UM6P. This hub is a part of the Lomé Declaration that is that came to enforce the implementation of the 10-year action plan, and it's in charge of coordinating this effort in the world region of ECOWAS. ECOWAS, this is the major partner of this initiative, and the Sahel. Okay. Second, I will finish in 1 minute. Okay. Second initiative with the World Bank, we have signed 4 country packages with Mali, Benin, Togo, and Guinea to develop different kind of initiatives, which is digital soil mapping, geographical information system, farmer service centers, and digital farming schools in all those countries. And we estimate that it will benefit to 25 million farmers and to 10 million hectares by combining our forces as OCP, government, and the World Bank. So this is some major initiative that I wanted to share with you. And I think that to conclude, it is possible. The challenge is big. We can do it if we work, all of us, together in the same way. And we have the solution. Let's say we have the road that is written through this African 10-year action plan that has been developed.
Thank you very much, Mehdi. Thank you.
There was the question. The question about yes, where are going those fertilizers. This is very good questions because most of the fertilizers should be, let's say, we should encourage and develop the mechanism to make most of the fertilizer benefits first from Africa, the continents. Yeah. We know that from our side, we have been developing our capacities by 3 million tons this year, and it's especially dedicated to Africa. Now we have to work also on the mechanisms to make it possible. Because sometimes if you have, for example, a need into a country, but there is not the financial mechanism to make it on the ground, so we should work on the financial mechanisms. We should work on all the bottlenecks that can be, altogether resolved to make a maximum of this product benefit to the continent. You've spoken about also the Africa Free Trade Zone area, the regional integration, which is very important, which facilitates the trade between those countries, the valorization of local resources. So this is all, I mean, actions that are included in the African 10-year action plan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Nico, last but not least, so I was telling you that you were going to close. So you're almost there. So Nico, what are some of the successes that you can share with us in, let's say, 3 minutes?
Thanks, Umo. That's going to be a challenge, and I know I'm standing between you all and lunch, so forgive me and please don't kill me. I wanted to start with a little quiz, actually, so I hope it works.
Let me see if I can.
It's a program we run with customers in IKEA stores.
A fly and a tomato.
Oh my God.
Fly and tomato. I don't know. They're both annoying.
Compost, maybe?
Usually the fly goes to things that don't bud.
Fly help tomato grow.
Black soldier flies can be used to create nature-friendly fertilizer for crops like tomatoes. I love it.
Oh, really? Fascinating. It's a nice idea.
This is very natural fertilizer. I like that.
All right.
So this is one of the things we are working on, and one of our core principles applies to it, which we like to call simplicity. How do we find easy solutions that can be readied and hopefully scaled in the futures? So I wanted to look a bit at innovations in that sense, but also and split it into what are farmers innovating and what are businesses innovating. What can farmers do themselves? And a lot of that is actually revaluing indigenous knowledge. We all talk about mulch, we all talk about things that are necessary, which have actually disappeared from our cropping system. So how can we bring them back? And Andre mentioned it, that the export and loss of biomass and nutrients is ginormous. In June, I was in Arusha on the waste belt. 70% of what comes into an urban waste belt is organic waste. We just throw it away. So it's just nutrients being literally thrown away. So how can we do that? How can we improve that? How can we improve things like vermicomposting, which are just even very low labor demanding, but very high in results. So farmers can increase their self-reliance, their resilience by not depending on the market themselves directly. But also what are SMEs in East Africa doing? We're doing these programs in Ethiopia, in Rwanda, in Kenya, and Uganda. For instance, biochar. Everybody throws rice husk away, in a way. It's just burnt for nothing. You can also make biochar out of it, which is an extreme good product to put back in your soils, to hold your carbon in your soils. It's hardly happening. It's hardly being commercialized, unfortunately. Organic fertilizers and more. There you have, on the left bottom, you have the black soldier flies, which are not just producing a good fertilizer, but actually also good producing a good non-land consuming, non-water consuming animal food out of waste. So we don't need to convert natural lands to agricultural land to grow animal crops. 70% of our lands worldwide are used for animal feeds, are not used to feed us, are used to feed animals. So we have to keep these things in mind to find the holistic solutions necessary. So what are potentials for application? I think the role of applied research here is very, very important. I think we heard other speakers about that as well. We need demonstrations. We need close to farmer proximity knowledge that they can easily embrace, easily understand, and do themselves. But also the importance of new business models in this, like the organic fertilizers, that are not the same, probably mass businesses like the traditional fertilizers are, but are complementary business models in a local context and with the right public support. I wanted to close with maybe provoking IFDC a bit beyond congratulating them on the 50. One of our key values in IKEA Foundation is renew and improve. So I tried to imagine what different meanings for the 4 letters IFDC could be, where the I for international is also, and that's very important. It's very important to be international. But also we heard this morning that Africa wants to set up its own sectors of excellence. So how do we bring from international also to a local context and innovate in the right way for Africa and not come with a one-size-fits-all product anymore in the future? The F of fertilizer, how do we do this by moving not just from a product fertilizer, but from an outcome concept, fertility, soil fertility. We heard people speaking about soil health this morning. I think if we think in outcomes instead of products, we probably come a lot further than we have been over the last decades. But also a second meaning for the F, and this is a long-term one, which is fossil-free. We will have to start thinking in all the long-term investment strategies, how do we do this fossil-free? So we don't end up with stranded assets. I think there's beautiful examples already ongoing also on the African continent. With renewable energy, I saw a big green ammonia plant being built in Kenya at the moment. There is a lot going on, and we need to look more at that and see how we leapfrog straight away to those kind of technologies. The D for development, of course, super important to keep developing knowledge and disseminate that in the right way. But also to develop business models for a decarbonized future. Future-proofing that we are talking about today is a decarbonized future-proofing. Carbon back into natural systems, carbon back into soils and above ground vegetation, so we can make up for these nutrient losses and the biomass losses that we're dealing with. And last but not least, the C. I think the C needs to become a lot more to look at the circular economy. How do we go from a linear model of we mine resources, we use them temporarily as fertilizer, and we discard the leftovers, to a much more circular model of how we keep things into circulation. And that is not only our waste that we have from crop losses or others, which are, by the way, extremely high in the world, around 30 to 40%, which is a quarter of all the fertilizer used, actually goes to loss at the moment. But also to look in connection with that to human waste. And here in the Netherlands, for instance, there's very interesting innovations going on, how we filter out nutrients from wastewater plants, from other things, to bring them back into circularity. Because yes, Africa is sitting on the largest phosphorus reserves in the world, but they'll be soon depleted as well. And so we have time now still to go circular, which we really, really need to do. Thank you.
All right, so I'm being chased off stage. I would like to thank you all for your contributions, and I would like to invite you to, because I invited a lot of questions. I said, come with your questions, so I know there are a lot of questions from the audience, but I would like to invite us to go to lunch, and then perhaps we can sit in different tables and give an opportunity to some of the audience members who wanted to ask us questions to continue the discussion. Thank you very much for an interesting discussion.
Thank you very much.
Godfrey, I have a roadmap for you, a call for action. I took notes from all this, and then I'll send you.
Thank you very much, Umu. Thank you very much to all the panelists. It was a very insightful session, and I'm sure, as Umu mentioned, the audience have a lot of questions, and I invite everyone then to engage with the panelists here present. But before you leave the stage, I have a few announcements. Please, just a few seconds, bear with me. After the lunch, we will go into all the working group sessions. So I think most of you have registered already online for a specific working group session. And let me just announce the rooms. So for the Research and Innovation Working Group, you will meet in the Maurits Hall. The Producers and Consumers Group will meet in the Council Room. The Private Sector Group will meet in the Boardroom. The Government Group will meet in the Emma Room. And the Finance Group will meet in the Classroom. And all the working group meetings are located just off the Marble Hall. If you have any question, just walk to the registration desk, and there are colleagues there who can help you with anything. And for now, I say bon appetit, and we will reconvene later after the working group. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
heb ik. Ik heb nummer 4. Hallo, ik ben nummer 4. Ook van mij? Oké, en jij kan mij horen en ik kan jou horen. En zo horen we elkaar. Wat zeg je zo allemaal weer? Ik kan je heel slecht horen. Jeroen zet je steeds uit. Ja, en dan mag je een beetje over de monitor. Dat zal fijn zijn als je hier zit. Ja, dat is beter. Nou, heel goed. Dan kan ik jou ook heel goed horen. Het is alleen het ene heb je aanstaan nu. Komt die hard genoeg binnen, Jeff? Ja, oké. En je hebt nu alleen monitor 1 aanstaan, hè? Oké. Misschien 2 is ook leuk erbij. Wil je nog wat zeggen, Jeff? Ja, veel beter. Ja, dankjewel. Ja, goed zo.
Please take your seats. You have 30 seconds to take your seat, please. So welcome back, everyone. I hope you had enough coffee and sugar boost for the last parts of the program of today. Welcome back, everyone present in the room and online guests. And thank you all for your active participation during the working groups. Now, it's time to hear about the insights and action plans developed during these sessions. And to lead us through this crucial part of our program, I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Leanne Winoiki, Soil System Scientist at C4 Aircraft. She has been at the forefront of research in soil health and its impact on food system. Please give Lee a big hand as she takes the floor.
Great. Thanks, Marina. All right, welcome back, everyone. This is our last and most important session. And all day, we have been talking about soil and soil health. But I did not see anyone present the definition of soil. So we're talking about it, we're developing solutions about it, but I just want us to take a moment to think, what actually is soil? Are you offering a definition? So I like to say that soil is the biologically active layer of the Earth's surface. And when we talk about healthy soil, there are so many definitions, and the one I really like is healthy soil is the ability for soil to sustain productivity, which is what we often think of first, Godfrey, but also biodiversity and multiple ecosystem services. So let's think about what those ecosystem services are. Carbon sequestration, water regulation, biodiversity, harboring all this biodiversity, providing, of course, nutrients to our plants, animals. Soil and living soil, healthy soil is so critical for all the discussions we're talking about, achieving all the SDGs. And this panel discussion is going to illustrate how private sector, government, financial institutions, research, consumers and producers can really motivate and action healthy soil. And I tried to attend all of the groups, and I wish I had time to put up a word cloud. So just imagine these words in a word cloud, because this is what I heard from the groups: data, inclusivity, long-term, measuring impact, innovation, entrepreneurship, level playing field, distribution and reduction of risk, addressing root causes of degradation, business case, and shifting incentives. I will allow my panelists to expand on the other words, but this is some of the really key action words that motivated me, that gave me hope that we will be able to action and implement the 10-year action plan from the Nairobi Declaration. So with that, I will try to sit. I'm not very good at sitting. But as I said, we had 5 working groups, and I'm really excited to start off with Patrick from International Fertilizer Association, and he was moderating the private sector group. And I looked at some of the questions they were asking around the role of entrepreneurship, even the role of organic fertilizer and regenerative ag, and how to really reach that last mile delivery. And I saw the word, the T word there. Does anyone know that word? Trust. So I give you 4 minutes, Patrick, to summarize, the hour-and-a-half discussion with your teammates. Yep, just go.
Yep, does it work? Yep. Thank you, Leif-Anne. And in fact, we didn't spend that much time talking about the questions that I listed on my slide. I listed them yesterday evening in the train between Paris and Amsterdam. But we have had very interesting discussion. We could have continued for another hour. And let me summarize some of the main points that we have discussed. And so you mentioned innovation as one of the big topics, and we talked quite a lot about it, and especially the need for some decentralized solutions from a fertilizer supply standpoint. And whether that's about more circular, let's say, fertilizer or low carbon fertilizers. When it is circular, that's, for instance, about, the black soldier flies, or let's say recycling from various, let's say, food industries, recycling nutrients, and producing organic fertilizers. So that's something that should be more at the local level, and so there is a need for decentralized circular solutions. And low carbon with, let's say, the development of, let's say, green ammonia or green nitrate technologies, there is a potential as well for better supplying farmers using, let's say, a decentralized approach. That would be particularly helpful for landlocked countries. We talked about also incentivizing soil health management practices versus, let's say, incentivizing fertilizer use, especially with reference to countries like in Asia, but also some African countries that subsidize fertilizers. So shall we, let's say, change the way, let's say, we target subsidies? So they could still, let's say, target partly fertilizers, but there should be a soil health component and a nutrient use efficiency component in this case. There was a lot of discussion about value chain as well, because we believe that, let's say, we are not going to incentivize farmers to use more fertilizers to increase crop productivity if there is no access to, of course, the input market, but also the output market. So that's something that is essential, and that led us to the discussion point on large food companies. They are a key player because they are in direct contact with farmers, especially through contract farming. They provide, let's say, advice to farmers how to manage their crops, manage their soil, but also manage crop nutrition. And one of the, let's say, main interests of this company in relation to fertilizer is their Scope 3 emissions. That's their upstream Scope 3 emissions, which are the downstream Scope 3 emissions of the fertilizer industry. That's Scope 1 emission for farmers. So we all have an interest in telling farmers how to best use fertilizers, because that would reduce our greenhouse gas footprint for the fertilizers industry, for farmers, and the food industry. So that's very important. And so one of the points that was interesting, yes, let's say when we look at people in this audience, we are, let's say, mostly from Africa and from developed countries, but we should probably look a bit more east, learn more from Asia, especially countries like India, but also China, etc., that have, let's say, farming systems that are probably closer, let's say, more uniform than in Africa, but still relatively smaller farming system, and we can benefit from their experiences. Great. And last point, we talk too much on what. Oh. We should talk much more about who and how we do that, because it is time not only to identify the issues, we know the issues, we know the solutions in most cases, not all the cases, but we need to act and to operationalize the action plan, and for that, we need to really agree on how to do that and with whom we shall do that.
Let's give him a round of applause for that. Thank you. And also, thanks for mentioning a new topic, right? So a lot of us in this room have been spending a lot of energy to get food systems and soil health on the agenda at the Climate COP. And I think what you're talking about, reducing emissions, is very relevant. And so some of us are traveling to Azerbaijan next week to do exactly that. So thanks for bringing that. And just know that this panel will end early because we're going to have Q&A, and I want people to think about what is the thread across these groups. And you can't say soil health, so that is not the answer. So what are some of the connections across these groups? Because you'll see many of the groups were actually referencing the other groups as part of their solutions. So active listening. Sheila, now at Sustain Africa. Yes. I'm very excited to bring you into this panel, and we're keeping with the private sector financial model here. And I attended part of your group, and I was really interested to hear your focus on action, as Patrick just mentioned, the need for action to implement the 10-year roadmap from the Nairobi Declaration. So please, we're really excited to hear. And she was very forceful in getting people to talk about action points. So if you want to learn how to moderate, you should definitely go to Sheila's next session.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. In the finance session, when we started out, I was not too sure, but it became so engaging, and by the end of the hour and a half, we were still going at it, and I think we'll continue the discussions. But in line with what we've been hearing from Africa, right from the summit, the African Food System Summit again, and even last week in Zimbabwe, they keep saying African-led, it must be African-led. And in all those discussions, finance was a very key point. Who is going to finance it? How are we going to do this? So in line with that and how the implementation is going to be done, we had two questions. How will the implementation be funded, and what are the areas that are key? And then secondly, how does, first of all, we started by saying Netherlands aid and private sector of Netherlands. Then we opened it up to say, no. How will international aid and international private sector support this initiative? So there was a lot of deliberation on de-risking, sharing risk, level playing field, USD investments vis-a-vis getting paid in local currency. So there's a lot that needs to happen, particularly on the fertilizer side, having more site and crop-specific fertilizers, nutrient use efficiency. But at the end of it all, we came back to three things that we think need to be the roadmap in terms of finance. And the first one was, as the African Union has led and asked for African-led, then we asked African Coalition of Finance experts to come together and put together a roadmap on how they want this financed, and there will be an international coalition of experts willing to join them to put together the roadmap, but it has to be led by Africa. So Dr. Godfrey, we are handing this back to you. Even on the finance, bring the coalition, the international coalition will stand up and support, but it has to be led right from the Secretariat. That's the first one. On the second one, there's a lot of philanthropic development and all sorts of financing that is going into the continent to support many programs. We spoke about the 100 million one from the Netherlands, which we found was very unique. But we're asking, how many of these investments are working in silos on the continent? How do we bring them together and be able to coordinate those efforts to support that implementation? What do we have? Have we taken stock of those programs and seen what it is that they're delivering so that we also bring those into that agenda? So coordination, again, of current investments, and as we're asking for future investments, we must see what the current investments are doing to support that roadmap. Number 3, private sector and aid, additional. How can the private sector from the world come in? And again, we're asking for Africa to take a lead. What are the priority areas? You need to lead from the front in terms of seeking this private sector. Is it seed companies? Is it fertilizer companies? But at the same time, the million-dollar question of why is Africa's fertilizer going out of the continent? 90% of it is going out. What do we do to ensure a lot of that fertilizer stays on the continent? So that when we are talking about tripling investment, we already have 90% that is there that is not being utilized on the continent. So we need to look within, resolve from within before we go out. So Africa, arise, come together, look at your investments, support those. Then we need to look at all these other financial institutions. How do you get capacity building? But you must ask for it. You must know what you want, and you must lead in asking for it. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. You see, when there's drinks coming after, panelists are much shorter.
Is there champagne?
Hank? Great, thank you so much for summarizing those 3 key points. And Godfrey, I hope, was taking notes because a lot's going to fall on the African Union as well. So, Nico, I'm really happy to come to you next because your questions were very interesting. You were really probing deep into your group on the role of government. And what I saw is probing into localized solutions. So she was just talking about crop and context-specific recommendations and solutions. And also, how can we future-proof these solutions? So many groups have talked about sustainability and long term. And then finally, the last question I saw was around what are these collaboration mechanisms for effective dissemination and knowledge sharing? So you have 4 minutes to try and summarize all of your group's discussion.
Tough. Thanks. And thanks to all the group participants in the first place, of course, for contributing, because without that, I would be sitting here with an empty notebook. I think future-proofing, what we started off there is, I think, a discussion around the importance of stability. Because if this is, the Nairobi agenda is a 10-year agenda. We heard this morning again that the next cut-up is again a 10-year agenda at least, or maybe even longer. Mm-hmm. The political agenda is much shorter. Yeah. How do you provide or maintain political commitment for that agenda? Because you may have it now. Post-election, you may not have it anymore. So how do we, together with governments and other development actors, provide that reciprocal interest into moving the agenda forward? And it's still a question, in all honesty, because it differs per country, it differs per situation, it differs. Well, even in our own country, the Netherlands, I think we would not have expected where we are now a while ago, and who knows what's going to happen tomorrow on the other side of the ocean. So in that sense, that future-proofing is not easy, but it's important. And yes, there are commitments from countries to work on their food system pathways. That's an important one in that, because that's a long-term prospect. There are efforts going on to connecting the NDCs that countries make, their contributions to the climate agenda and food systems and food security. So I think that future-proofing, we can get that on track. We're not too worried about that. I think with regards to the issue of a localized agenda, there's a few dimensions in that need to be properly taken care of, I think, or we think. One is the issue of analysis and process. We can design a beautiful process and have beautiful dreams about what it should look like. But if we haven't done our ground analysis properly of what actually the problem is, then we might be going completely off track. A second element is local adaptability. What works in place A may not work in place B. Mm-hmm. So how do we design for flexibility? How do we design also for proper data systems and clarity into what works and what doesn't work, and get information flows around that organized? And on data, I'll get back a bit later. And I think a last one in that as well, in that localization, is accountability. In the Malabo Declaration, governments committed 10% of their budget into agrics. Which country has reached it? I think we're close to zero. So agriculture is simply a cash cow. It brings a lot of money into the national budget. We invest zero in it. So how, in a way, are countries going to hold each other accountable and other stakeholders in the food system in the country to the investments necessary to reverse this degraded situation that we have ended up in? Because also through that, we've made unnecessary costs, external costs to the system. And I think, and the last point on the incentives and things that we spoke about, and there we ended back up on data in a way, and the question also on whose data is it anyway? Should data be much more owned now than it is by communities, farmers, cooperatives themselves to steer? An example that was mentioned is the potential, for instance, of a EUDR type regulation, where companies need data and can be asked to invest in certain structures because otherwise they lose access to a market. So there are shifting incentive structures happening at the moment that we need to keep a close eye on as governments, and hold governments accountable for, that they provide the right regulatory frameworks around this for communities to be able to invest and farmers to invest in their soil health and in their quality of resources to be able to continue business as they do business. Let me leave it there.
Fantastic, thank you. And thanks also for mentioning the NDCs, because one of the things we forget about when we talk about agriculture and soil health is that healthy soil can contribute to so many different policies and goals. So for example, in Kenya, many countries actually, they don't include soil health in their NDCs. Yet it is literally going to be impossible for them to reach their targets without sequestering carbon into the soil, investing in healthy soil. And I think if we think about how we can integrate agricultural systems and soil health into existing policies, climate policies, restoration policies, of course ag policies, I think we can go a long way. So I'm really glad your group touched on that. And I did not ask him to say data, but it sets up perfectly for Rajani's group on research. And I loved her first question. I'm going to rephrase it because I'm a scientist, as I mentioned. And the worst thing that can happen is we do all this research and it just ends up on dusty, moldy pieces of paper. So her first question to her group was, how can we translate science and knowledge into action on the ground? And what is the role of data, and I'm going to say quality and access? So I found myself kind of stuck in your group and then remembered I needed to go to the other group. So I'm really looking forward to the final outputs. Rajani, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Lee. And thank you very much to my colleagues. It was very good discussions. And what we tried to do was to focus on three main aspects. Knowledge is efficiency, as you said, right? How to make sure that the science that has been created and will be created is actually implemented and creates the outcome we expect. The second point was the data-driven decisions, but I think that the realization that we have to understand what is enough, right? What is the MVP, the minimum viable product, and what we have actually to measure to start progressing instead of trying to get perfection, right? So we discussed about that. Progress over perfection is pretty important. And obviously, we have to make sure that depending on the stakeholder we're talking about, reliability, the accuracy of the data is critical. But ultimately, here we tried to come from a more farmer-centric perspective. What is necessary for farmers? We want them to succeed. We are counting on them to succeed, so important to keep that in mind. And then we also discussed about partnerships, Patrick, and I like that the T word has been mentioned that. I would assume that trust is actually one of the barriers that we have today for partnerships to succeed. But actually, partnerships for purpose, right? Action-driven partnerships is important. And one very interesting comment that we also elaborated on is on the provocation that where is the farmer? What is the farmer in here? What is the farmer in the discussion? And I think that we should never forget that, right? We do what we do to support them to succeed. Ultimately, they are the ones to implement what we are trying to create solutions for. So I think that this co-creation from a research perspective, I think someone mentioned, we have to be humble to understand that we have to consider what farmers need when we are creating the research programs, and then ultimately connect research academia with the extension. Because we should not, just pretend that we can do everything, right? Each one of us have a role to play, and we have to make sure that this is connected. The elephant in the room, not always fertilizers are going to be profitable. So making sure that we are actually creating the conditions for fertilization to succeed is critical. So I think that if we cannot start talking about nutrient use efficiency if we don't discuss liming, for instance, as an example. So soil health from a more holistic perspective is critical. Policies, we have been discussing that a lot, right? How do we create subsidies that help farmers to adopt, because we don't want to have the same situation as Josephine mentioned this morning. 20 years later, not much has changed. How do the policies help farmers to adopt, but also on the private sector. It is a business after all, so the policies have to cater for the investment as well. So no transition is going to happen, and no green revolution will happen if you are with a red figure, right? And I think that at the end, what I asked the group to reflect a bit and to think about is, let's take 5 years, 20 years down the road, what do we want to see? And we have Dr. Rudy bringing a very fresh perspective, saying If we go back in time and we look at what Green Revolution has done for agriculture, it was possible in a very short period of time because of the dedication, right? So the message was, it is possible, but it has to be action-oriented. So I think that, very good discussions, many good reflections, but I'm now looking forward to understand what the roadmap is, right? Because ultimately we have to make sure that we get things done and we align on what are the must-win battles, what to do first, right?
Great, thanks, Rajani, thank you. I think it's interesting that you were in this research group and you said, found that the H word would be necessary. Are we sure that scientists are the most humble? So I think it's a good reflection on that we need humility and to be humble when we're addressing these solutions. So I just want to point out we have one last panelist, and then we will not leave the room until there's at least 3 comments. So who's going to save us to get to the drink session? So make sure you're ready. And so what did Rajani mention? Farmers at the center. So I'm really happy that our next panelist was from the consumer and the producers group. So I'm hoping that you will give us some insights from your team, Ritzgerd, on your questions around ensuring this partnership, and I think you even had a specific question on the role of the Dutch government and some of the aid funding to address and tackle some of these challenges, and then specific actions for increasing efficiency and sustainable soil management. So you have 4 minutes.
Thank you. I'll try to be short. I see everybody's getting thirsty. We had some great discussions, and there were a few issues which really came up in our group. First of all, we think that having strong farmer organizations could be a great benefit for advancing farmer profitability and farmer livelihood. But we see in many places farmer organizations have not really picked up, they're not really well organized, they don't have power in the chain, and that really requires our attention. If we could force some changes there, that could have big impact. Then there's on the fertilizer use, of course, we talked about fertilizer use, increasing fertilizer use, but it shouldn't be a goal in itself. It's about increasing the yield of the farmer, and to do that, there's a broad range of interventions you have to make. You have to look at irrigation, you have to look at better seeds, you have to look at organic manuring as well. There's a whole range of aspects important in increasing farm yield, and only then there's justification for investing in expensive fertilizers, of course. So we have to use the complex of interventions. Then it may be a platitude, but farmers are economic decision makers. They make rational choices where they can best earn their money. And that's something we should always keep in mind if we develop programs, develop interventions for them. We also looked at partnerships with governments, and actually we started off by looking at East Asia, where in certain countries agricultural yields have increased tremendously over the past few decades, and we saw that government policies enabling that, empowering that, have really been instrumental in enforcing that, which means that for Africa we could not replicate, because the situation is of course very different, but it goes towards showing that government support, government strategy on developing the agricultural sector is really necessary. And you shouldn't, as it's been said before, take it as a given that agriculture will manage itself. No, it doesn't. Reflect on our own country here, Holland. When we left the Second World War, our agriculture was not in a good state either. And a solid partnership between universities, government, farmer organizations has really been instrumental in Holland developing into the second producer worldwide of agricultural produce. Then many interventions we do are focused on relatively short term, 3-4 year projects. And we're very glad with the 10-year focus roadmap in the Nairobi Declaration. Developing farming systems is a long-term effort, and we should all be aware that you cannot just develop a short program and then think you'll reach a sustainable impact. Sustainable in the sense that it will continue after the project ends. And that's what we all want. We want a sustainable impact. And that means we also may have to make some choices. In those countries or those markets, industries, where we can really have an impact, we should maybe put our focus. We shouldn't try to dilute ourselves across the continent, work on all the crops and all the countries, but let's create a few champions. And yes, the private sector should step in and has a huge task here. But of course, governments also have to create an enabling environment. And that is the local governments who have to do that, but also the Dutch government in supporting Dutch enterprises who, or English enterprise or whatever, who venture into sub-Saharan African countries to set up a business trying to support local farmers. I think that more or less wraps up what we discussed in our group.
Fantastic.
Did I stay within my 4 minutes?
You're 4:14, very well. Good job. Thanks, Rutger. All right, let's try. Okay, so we have a few minutes. So who would like to go first? I don't know if we have roving mics. Oh, Samir, great. So I don't know how we can do it. Oh, we're going to get you something. Thank goodness for you.
The catch box.
Oh.
So you need to catch it. Oh. Who's the one? It's sauce.
So it's a good thing which was given to me. Question which I had, and it struck me was, did we really look at digital? And what role digital plays in future-proofing Africa? Whether it is from a research point of view, it is from reaching the last mile. Somewhere in all the discussion, I think we just lost digital and what digital can do and how to reach the last mile.
Brilliant, brilliant. Who's next? Remember, 3 people.
Just a comment to that. I think we discussed that in our group as well. But one of the emphasis was actually on making sure that we focus on the right users for digital and pretty much, having the youth, the young generations as the main segment that we should be focusing on when developing digital solutions, because the uptake would be higher.
Nico? Okay, but there are a lot of solutions which are there, whether it's research or is it reaching the consumer. And the surprising thing is, and Africa has led the way, if you really look at what Safari did with even on finance side, just to transfer the digital money. I mean, it's across, but as a topic, we didn't even touch it. To me, it should be a separate discussion altogether.
Excellent, that's great feedback. And then we'll go around the panel again after the 3 questions. Excellent. Neil, yes. I don't know if you want to throw it to our board chair. Okay. That was not me.
Well, you talked about cross-cutting kind of themes, and one of them to me was the farmer. Yes. We ended with farmer organizations. I think Rajani talked about the farmer and innovation. I think it's there, but maybe implicit more than explicit elsewhere. So maybe what are we not doing yet with the farmer the way we should, and what's examples of where it's really working for the panel?
Excellent, thank you. Who's our 3rd? Oh, thank you, good job.
Where is it? Whoa.
Oh my, oh my.
Let's go in between. Hold on. Ready? Oh.
Well done.
I was going to say the farmer, but when the breakout leads reported back, it struck me as if they were all parts of a menu, right? Each of them were telling, okay, well, I've got this great ingredients, and this is what you can do with it, and it will solve a lot of the problems, and people will like it. So I guess now it's all around collaboration and coordination and making sure that we use the right ingredients in the right way together with all the other ingredients, because otherwise it's just going to be, well, not very tasty.
Excellent. I'll take 2 more. Who wants to go? We have threads of, okay, great. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So I was also wondering where land rights fits in this discussion, since you need to own your land quite a while to improve your soil. So where does that bring us?
Excellent. And can you just throw it randomly to the back? No, someone catch it. Who's going to? Yes, we need one. Excellent. Other side, is it? No, no, you were right.
I think we broke it. Bandbracketing a little bit. How do we prevent backpedaling? So we've had it earlier that essentially wind erosion can contribute to a loss of soil of up to, 60 tons per hectare. Water erosion, 20 tons per hectare. So the possible loss that can come in a very short amount of time is rather massive. Meanwhile, for instance, if we look at benefits, I'm just going to take the example of soil organic carbon sequestration. We're looking at a sequestration potential of, 2.5 to 6 metric tons, I think typically like 4 tons per hectare per year. So we're talking about very, very slow progress. And we've talked a lot about the solutions necessary to incentivize action on soil health. But the question to me also still remains, what do we do to make sure that we're not actually falling backwards? What are some of the regulatory or some of the other frameworks that need to be in place to make sure that that actually gets harder progressively?
Excellent. Anyone else? Last one, all the way in the back. Anyone?
That side.
Go for it. Left. My left. You see, most panel discussions never get to questions.
Hi, thank you very much. There was an example given that we should look east, so I would just like to emphasize that the key learnings, there were 5 pillars in the East, man, talk about India or South Asia, why the agriculture was successful in the last 5 to 6 decades. And one was science and technology, whether it was hybrid seeds or irrigation facility. The second pillar of that one was the institutional approach that was taken there, that the national research system was more proactive and new research institutions were made. The third part was the most important, was the human resource developed within the countries there, either through advanced learning through the developed world. So a lot of researchers were sent at that time to these developed world to learn and implement those technologies or those learnings at the local level. Then the fourth pillar was the enabling policy, which is most important, because we do a lot of science and we do a lot of data, but if that is not implementable on the ground and implemented in the technology way, then it's not there. And the last one, which is the most important, is the adoption by the farmers. So the farmers are very, very eager to have the new technologies. They test it and they become like the champions for the regional farmers there, and that's how this adoption goes faster there. So maybe what are the key niche areas which are required in the African, by those learnings, it can be taken forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you because you're actually highlighting one of the key points, right? Co-learning, cross-collaboration. So you will be so surprised how short 1 minute 30 seconds is, but you will each have 1 minute 30, and you can address any of the comments around the farmer, digital tools, what is the role, parts of the many, this systems approach, coordination, land rights, and Rajani, I hope you'll take the point about not going back and the role of science to take us forward, and these solutions. So, Rutger.
Yeah, well, the point which resonates with me is that the learning of farmers is crucial here, and we can bring a lot of technology, we can bring data, we can do all kinds of things, but if farmers don't have the skill set to calculate if they're going to make a profit from what they're doing or not, if they don't know how to work their land in a proper way, put in organic manure, fertilize, irrigate, then it's going to be a trouble. We cannot reach out to all farmers, so that's where all kinds of social media can come in to support training programs which can't reach out to all across. But the best part is learning between farmers, and that's what we have to facilitate. So that's what resonated with me. If you empower farmers individually to really make a difference, to change their life, first starting doing all kinds of funny things which people think are stupid, but after they start harvesting, people will notice, hey, it works. And if he can do it, or she can do it in many cases, then I want it too. And that's how we are going to reach scale. That's how we're going to impact millions, tens of millions of farmers.
That was 119. Well done, Rajani. You have a hard act to follow.
Hard to beat that. No, I think that in terms of the role of science, I suppose it's a bit contradiction because things are urgent and we have to move faster. But I think we have to also think from a stepwise approach, right? You cannot take a farmer from 0 to hero in one season. That's not gonna work. But I think that, to make sure that we are not falling backwards, it's to ensure that communications is adaptable to the right level of stakeholder, right? Farmers, as someone mentioned, they're business people. They want to make the best decision, and they don't wake up in the morning thinking, how can I ruin my soil? It's exactly the opposite. So it's up to us, the academy, the private sector, the IFDCs of this world, to make sure that our communication is so good and so clear that no one can actually challenge that. And I think that, for us to get results, we have to segment. I think that it was Paul who mentioned there are some areas in Africa, and based on the presentation I think Andre showed this morning, there are some areas that are more likely to succeed with better nutrient use efficiency in output. So we have to segment and focus on that, because then you can amplify the results we could get. So I would leave it there.
Great. Nico, you can take any of the areas
that
were
I thought you meant
addressed.
I can only take any time. No. No.
Does that sound like me?
I think what came to my mind on these 5 questions is the word inspiration. And I think, how do we bring inspiration back to many of the farmers in the system? Because what I see a lot happening, unfortunately, with the average age creeping up and the next generation not wanting to move into this, regardless how sexy we make it with digital or things like that. They're not inspired. They're not inspired somehow to be our next food producers. And then who's that going to be? Robots? Well, I hope not, in all honesty. And that has to do with, I think, risks that are deemed too high, rights that are not properly there, incentives that are not properly there. So we need to look indeed at that holistic system of how do we get people re-inspired, re-motivated to dedicate their future to being a farmer again.
Wow, thank you.
Nice.
That's great. Sheila.
I generally introduce myself in 2 ways. I'm a farmer, because I actually am a farmer. And I'm a boardroom farmer. When I look at Africa and the conversation we generally have, we always seem to forget, we talk about smallholder farmers, we talk about commercial farmers. Then there is this middle missing farmer that no one ever seems to pay attention to. There's people like me who are employed, go to work, but we're also farmers. For us to be able to holistically look at the sector, we need to start also focusing on the missing middle, who are learned, who are ready, who have the capacity to fund, who are willing to learn and implement and use best practice to produce, and smallholder farmers can learn from them. So I think we cannot keep doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting different results. So for that inspiration, we need to also start looking at how we support the middle missing farmer to incentivize the smallholder farmer, the youth, and everybody in the system. That's number 1. Number 2, when we talk about finance, again in Africa, all I hear is borrowing, borrowing. Africa today is, when you look at our public debt, it's very high. Most countries are flagging. IMF, they're in the amber, going towards the red. And it's a very big challenge. Most countries are not able to borrow. We talked about facing east. What can we learn from the East? How did the Asian tigers grow? They grew on the back of savings. When are we going to put savings at the forefront of supporting the farmers? How do we do that? Savings, let me quote Ben, savings is reverse borrowing, because I've spoken about savings for a long time. Where are those initiatives that are focused on savings? When you look at countries like Kenya, everyone is in what we call a chama, a group. They save to buy food. They save to buy vegetables. They save to buy utensils. Where are the savings groups for inputs or for agriculture? So we need to bring some of these successes and see how we can start doing things differently. so that Africa is able to fund itself, and at the same time, we are able to support all the farmers. Thank you.
Excellent. Patrick, also hard to follow Sheila, I realize, but any of the questions that you want to address, you have a minute and a half.
Just taken 2 minutes, I have 10 seconds left.
Yes, that's it.
Yes, let me say a few words about innovation, and so that has not been addressed. Basically, what we see in Africa, it's a relatively dynamic landscape. Last year, we co-organized with Polytechnic, c'est Mohamed VI Polytechnic University, a startup competition focusing on Africa, and I was very surprised. We received 300 applications. What is interesting is that there are some countries in sub-Saharan Africa that are very active in this space, Nigeria and Kenya in particular. That was 3/4 of the applications from Africa. We ended up with 8 finalists. What was interesting, 4 of them were from Africa. The other 4 were coming from outside Africa with solutions relevant to Africa, which means there is quite a lot going on in Africa. And we have to make sure that we support these entrepreneurs exactly the same way probably as in Nigeria and Kenya. So we have to learn why these 2 countries are more successful than the others in being more innovative, in stimulating entrepreneurs. Well, I think there is a potential here. And whether that's digital technologies for access to the market, access to finance, let's say decision-making support tools, but whether that's about microbials, biostimulants, let's say green ammonia technologies or whatsoever. What is very often missing is these startups come with solutions, but we need as well to have a kind of robust, let's say, test of these solutions before they are brought to the market. And that's important as well to protect farmers, because very often what we see, and that's not specific to Africa, is that claims are overstated. So we have to make sure that when these products are sold to the farmers, let's say, that's the result of robust experimental protocols. So that's what I wanted to mention.
Well, fantastic. So I'm just so pleased. We really had an in-depth discussion, and I have been promised that all of the learnings from this on the Miro board, the type notes, and the symposium in DC are going into a document that will feed directly into the AU, African Union, for input, because this is a part of their consultation process to really provide multi-stakeholder feedback on how to action the Nairobi Declaration and the 10-year action plan. I see Hank nodding, so I'm correct. And so with that, I just wanted to thank everyone for all of your questions and thank the groups and the panelists. And I just want to add a few more words to our word cloud. So I put some words in your head that I got out of visiting the groups, but now I have a few more. So adaptable, humble, youth, trust, and I'll leave you with the last 2, innovation and inspiration. Thank you so much, everyone. And now I get to hand it, hand it over literally to Marina. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Leanne, and thank you very much to all the panelists, and you did a fantastic job.
And we can leave?
Yes,
yes, we can leave.
Invited to leave the stage. Thank you. Please give them a big hand as they leave the stage. So as we approach the end of our symposium, I'm honored to introduce Dr. Rudy Rabinger, Chair of the Food and Agriculture Organization World Agricultural Forum. Dr. Rabinger is a renowned expert in sustainable agriculture and food security, and he will provide our closing remarks. Please give him a big hand as he walks to the stage.
Thank you very much. It's an honor and a privilege to have the opportunity to say some last words. I was supposed to summarize what was being said. That's what's somewhat difficult, but I'll try my utmost best to do it in the right way. I have 5 points I would like to mention. First of all, I think the symposium is timely, it was needed, and it was, I think, very high participation. And that I think is very nice to see. I noticed it in the working groups. I noticed it in general discussion. It's more than I expected, and that is very promising because it sees the commitment and the involvement of many, many people to the work IFDC is doing. And I think it's nice that the first remark I'm making is that IFDC, when it was created, was a research institute. You can see it on the historical description which you see in the Marble Hall. And it was a research institute, science for science sakes, and you presented some applied science such that it could be used at different places. But during the last 10 years, you see a movement where IFDC is seen more and more as an intermediate institute between policy on the one hand and the implementation of policy on the one hand, and the research activities and the modalities and the options which are possible also in the future. And I think it's nice to see that that is also taking place during this symposium. You see that many of the questions are not scientific questions, are questions of policy, are questions of implementations, are questions of how to communicate, are questions of how to work with farmers and entrepreneurs. It is very interesting to see that that is not only completely adopted, but that it is also seeing what role IFDC has played recently and will play in the near future. And I think that is not only encouraging, but it is also very timely that that is happening. And I'm very confident that the new chair, under the leadership of the new chair and the CEO, everything will be done to have a discussion of where to go in the future. And it was nice to have two predecessors. I think that Tom Koen and Josephine were excellent during the last year of running the board. So I would like to thank them for that. But once more, I would say that the first remark is the nature, the characteristic, the way IFDC is functioning is different when it was created in Kissinger, and it was different from the international organization it became in 1977, when that was decided by Carter. And I think that the IFDC is fulfilling everything you could expect, and it is more and more tuned to what is needed and what is desired by the ultimate users. That's the first remark. The second remark is the role IFDC also is playing in Africa. We're all aware that the situation concerning food availability and food security is in fact mainly a question at this moment from sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. And there is an enormous demand for the activities also of IFDC. And it is nice to see that a lot of the discussions which take place now took also place some years ago. Josephine was mentioning 2007. And now there's not much of a difference. There is a difference, but it is also very important to see what has been diagnosed some years ago, 24 years ago, mainly when I was asked by the then Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Kofi Annan, to lead a group looking at the reasons behind the awful situation which was arising in Africa. Food security was a serious problem, and it was very clear that it would be a chronic problem. So we were asked then to do a study on why there was no green revolution in Africa. It took place in the 50s in the Western Europe. It took also place in the United States, discontinuity in productivity rise up from 5 to 8 kilograms per hectare per year to 150 kilograms per hectare per year. That was a dramatic effect. And it has created in China and in India an enormous increase of food and an elimination at many places of hunger, chronic hunger. But that is not the situation in Africa. So he was asking to give us an advice. We did a study and we came to the conclusion that in the report was realizing the promise and potential of African agriculture. And it was interesting to see when I had to report on this activity to Kofi Annan. I had to go to New York and to explain what we were doing. Normally, as a scientist, if you write a report for a policymaker, they read the press release and the executive summary, and that's it. Not so with Kofi Annan. He said, on page 45 you're saying this, and on page 55 you're saying this. What is that? And then I had to explain. And then I said, you're reading the whole book. Yes, of course I'm reading. It's my continent. And so we have to create a situation where that is better. And so we came with a lot of recommendations. Science and technology, that is tuned to the specific needs. Developing also policies and options that are possible and are demanding. Create a new group of young scientists interested in agriculture, and especially in the advanced agriculture. There were also some other recommendations on the political will, also during the meetings which we had today, very often meant, but it was interesting. The political will is something which can be demonstrated very clearly. When I reported on this report in 2004, that is a long time ago, and there were the presidents of Africa were together in a meeting 1 year after Maputo, when they had declared that they were going to upsurge the investment in agriculture. We reported, and I gave the recommendations, the analysis, and then they said, the majority of the presidents of Africa say, that's what we're going to do. We have to do it. And then they asked me a question. They said, who's going to pay? Is Europe going to pay? I said, for certain, Europe is going to pay, but you have to pay first. You have to realize you're spending 2.5% of your gross national product in agriculture. In the OECD countries, which are industrialized or service economies, they are spending at least 10 to 15%. And you are agriculture nations and you're spending 2.5%. That's much too low. You have to increase that up to a level, as indicated in the Maputo Declaration, to 10%. And then they said, yes, that should happen. But up till now, only a few countries have been successful in increasing their budget such that they are fulfilling what is needed. So I think it's important to realize that there is much more to do, and there again, an independent organization, neutral, not policy dominated, but with a lot of knowledge and understanding, such as IFDC, can make clear what programs will be successful, as we have demonstrated during the last period with 2Scale, for example. And the leader of 2Scale was also leading the discussions here. And you see why she's doing such a good job in Western Africa. That's, I think, the second point. That's the role of IFDC in this part of the world, in Africa. The third point I would like to make is that it is very clear that there are megatrends in agriculture. And I call 6 megatrends. The first is productivity rise. You see it happening at different places. Just to illustrate, I'm from the highest productive area of the world, from the Netherlands. And for example, during the last 30 years, the yields in potato in the Netherlands has increased from 20 ton to 80 ton per hectare. So 4-fold. And the external inputs in terms of fertilizer and pesticides and things like that has decreased at least 50%. So you see that the efficiency and effectivity has increased considerably due to the fact that we better understand and that it is possible. And André was illustrating it very clearly. There is an urgent need to do that. And he has also explained in his contribution how dangerous it is if you are not investing. Then you're creating a situation where uproar, where chronic hunger will increase substantially. So there's an urgent need to do things around this thing. That's the productivity rise. Second, more objectives count. It's not only productivity, but it's also the environment, it's the landscape, it's the social circumstances, fine-tuned to, for example, the villages in which you're working. The third mega trend is the character of agriculture. it is much more science-driven and science-based on understanding, and it is not just an activity which goes from mother to daughter or from father to son. It's more than that. It requires much more understanding, and then you can fine-tune, you can make use of the most advanced systems, also of drones and robots or whatever. But that's the possibility, and that's happening nowadays. That's also the third mega trend. The fourth mega trend is that health and agriculture are more and more connected. That's also a way IFDC can generate money, because you have the preventive medical care, which is possible, but also many medicines are produced by plants. And that's another direction which is, I think, very important and as a mega trend. And then the fifth mega trend is the mega trend of the socio or the bio-based economy. Many of products which we nowadays are consuming and producing, and especially in Africa, are based, in fact, on the petrochemical industry. But the biochemical industry has a lot of things to offer for medicines and for other things. And there, see an enormous potential also in African countries. And then the last, the last activity which I should mention, and as a mega trend, that is in fact that you see that the fine-tuning has a lot of payoff in terms of the environment. So I think it's very nice to see that that is happening. During our discussions this afternoon in the different groups, it was very clear that there was a need for a roadmap. There is a need for a systemic approach. There is a need for the farmers to see the farmers not only as producing the food for their own family, but that they are becoming more and more an entrepreneur. Not immediately very large companies, but at least that their attitude is different. And that is happening at different places. If you go there, we are discussing innovation, and then the basic thought is that that is developed in a laboratory or in a university, and it's transferred through implementation to the practical work. But 50 to 70% of the innovation is from the farmers' fields and the farmers themselves. So I think it is very important to be realistic there and to understand what is happening. So there are a lot of recommendations which were done, which are very stimulating, and I presume that that is being used in the discussions which will take place in the board to see where to go in the near future. And what is needed, that was also mentioned very often in our discussion this afternoon, that you need a kind of a unifying approach and a unifying methodology and a unifying concept. Unifying concepts because that is helpful if there is not a stable environment, a level environment in political circles, then you have, with a unifying methodology, a unifying approach, unifying concepts, and probably also a unifying leader that is most helpful to develop things further. And I'm convinced that that's the way to go. Then you will have stability, which is urgently needed, and also for long-term investments that is required in order to reach a situation where sustainability is no longer seen as a buzzword without contents, but where it is becoming a realistic activity because you're doing more with less. You create situations where less land is used for agriculture, but more land is available for nature conservation and biodiversity. Those are the directions, and that's the vision which I think should be further developed and translated in an updated, upgraded mission of IFDC. And I'm confident that that's going to happen. So I have hope and I have expectations, and they are based on realistic insights and realistic understanding. And I am convinced that if we are going in that direction, there's a bright future for IFDC. But more importantly, there is a situation where hunger is no longer a problem. And it is not for nothing that the Nobel Prize for, in 1970 handed to Borlang, There is no Nobel Prize for Agriculture, but he received it for peace. Good food, always available, accessible, and of a very good for your health, that's needed, and it can be delivered. And there is the role of IFDC in the developing world. I thank you all for being here, and I am very glad that I had the occasion, but also the privilege to be so long with IFDC. More than 20 years I've been in boards and things like that. So my time has gone. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rabinger, for those inspiring closing remarks. And I see that the audience still has a lot of energy, but we're going to keep it short and sweet. To wrap up our symposium, I would like to invite Dr. Neil Gutterson, Chair of the IFDC Board of Directors, to deliver a word of thanks. And he has had a distinguished career in agricultural biotechnology and has just joined IFDC as the Chair of the Board of Directors. Please give him a big hand as he comes to deliver.
Well, thank you very much, and it is indeed a pleasure to be here, and a pleasure to have a chance to just say a few remarks. We'll keep it short because I know cocktails and appetizers are waiting for all of us, so I'm mindful of that. But first of all, what a great day, and for someone who just joined the IFDC board in July and became the board chair on Friday, this past Friday, what a great way to start in that role, to have a chance to meet so many people and hear the ideas that will inform what we do in the future. So it really sets the stage for me and for the institution going forward. So I want to start by just thanking everyone for coming. So pat yourself on the back and clap for everybody else. Great for being here. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. Thanks for sharing yourselves and being partners with all of us. So on behalf of the IFDC board and all of our colleagues at IFDC, thank you once again. So before just a few final comments about the day and some people who are important historically and today, just a brief introduction for myself, because many of you, I don't think, know me, as I'm quite new to IFDC. So I'm a scientist, molecular biologist by training, and I worked most of my career in small companies, so entrepreneurial companies, and we heard a little bit today in some of the breakout groups about the importance of that. But then I also came to DuPont Pioneer in 2014. I was recruited there to be the head of Ag Biotech, led the DuPont Pioneer Research Organization, and then when Dow and DuPont merged and formed Corteva AgriScience, I became the first CTO of Corteva, where we had a 5,000-person research organization around the world and a $1.2 billion innovation budget. And we did a lot of work to design the right portfolio of innovation for sort of sustaining innovations and transformational innovations to help make Corteva successful for the long term. So I come with a lot of passion for innovation and passion for the mission that we have here at IFDC, and I think all of us in this room together. Now, during that time in the 2010s and recently, I also served on the board of Summit. I was the program chair for several years there. And in more recent times, since leaving Corteva at the end of 2020, I also became a member of the board, the first system board of the One CGIAR. So for 4 years, I was in that capacity, which meant I was on the boards of each of the centers, so great visibility into the mission of the CGIAR and the importance of what we can do for smallholder farmers in their communities, which is the same mission, I think, that we certainly have here. So innovation in agri-food systems, very much what I think about every day in my life today. And innovation and impact is at the heart of what IFDC does, of course, as we've heard today. Successful innovation, of course, though, is only possible with people, with a team of committed innovators, with scientists of all types and non-scientists of all types who work together. And no institution can address all the key issues for improving outcomes for smallholder farmers and their communities. And so it's really critical that we also have the great partnerships that IFDC has formed over the years. So I'm here to acknowledge both the work of everyone at IFDC and of all the partners, from funders to the working partners who implement work with us and do research with us. So, IFDC, it's only as good as its people, of course, and you got that same message, I think, from Rudy. And not just some people, but everyone in the organization. And it's true that in every organization, despite the fact that we need everyone, there are champions who stand out and lead the organization at different times. And I want to comment a little bit about some of those champions that we've had. So again, those champions are only as good as the teams they lead, in my view, but they have a unique role to play. So first of all, reflecting on our history at IFDC, I just want to acknowledge, Norman Borlaug, who the Green Revolution we've heard about today, of course, and how successful that was. He was a member of the board of the IFDC, I think some 25 plus years ago. Maybe you served with him, Rudy, which was a pretty unique opportunity. Of course, he focused on the introduction of new crop varieties, particularly dwarf varieties in wheat, which were at the heart of the Green Revolution. But of course, those high-yielding varieties would only be successful if, in fact, there was good soil health and good use of fertilizers, which were critical to the success of the Green Revolution. So our focus at IFDC on fertilizers and soil fertility is as important as any of the work that goes into creating new genetics and new farming systems. And so the key areas that we think about: better technologies and the next generation of plant fertilizers and plant nutrients, the catalyzing of farm productivity, of course, which has been the theme today, linking farmers to input and output markets for agribusiness so that the markets are ready for the increased productivity, and of course the supporting policy and enabling environment. So this is all part of our current strategic focus at IFDC, and I'm just going to mention a few of the people who have championed this mission and these strategic elements over the years. So first of all, in better technologies. We heard earlier today from Andre Battiano. Are you still here somewhere? Yes, over here. Thank you so much. And he spoke today as an Africa Food Prize winner and a trailblazer of African soil science. He not only worked on soil technology development of IFDC, but integrated IFDC's soil fertility work into the CGR centers and AGRA before coming back to IFDC. Former lead engineer and head of pilot plant Ramon Lazo de la Vega supported the global fertilizer industry in developing the next generation of fertilizers and training generations of fertilizer producers. In the category of catalyzing farm productivity, currently agroecology is sort of in a time of deepening importance. Henk Bremen worked on agroecology since the 80s. He championed it at IFDC, and with the organization introduced integrated soil fertility management as a good agricultural practice in Africa. He's still writing papers today to defend fertilizer's role in ISFM. Ishrat Jahan led IFDC into Bangladesh and represented IFDC in Asia, reaching millions of farmers with new fertilizer technologies, such as the urea deep placement technology, a really major contribution to food security. Under market systems development, while market systems development is now our bread and butter, 25 years ago, Arno Matman was working on agribusiness cluster development, market systems, as you might think about it today, an approach that linked millions of African farmers to input and output markets and created rural wealth and prosperity. And lastly, I talked about enabling impact, and Balu Bum, an IFDC economist, helped African governments and regional economic communities to develop fertilizer policies necessary to support the development of the fertilizer sector. These are just a handful of names from the past, and there are, of course, many, many more we could mention, and time won't allow for that. But just a few more as I finish up. Donald McCune, our founder, Travis Hignett, early head of research and the father of fertilizer technology, David Rutland, who worked in the background but made very significant impacts, former president and CEO Amit Roy, who led IFDC into the 21st century. And last but not least of all, I'll mention again Rudy Robinga, who contributed 2 10-year stints to helping IFDC become the institution it is today. So thank you, Rudy. All these and more people contributed to what we have today in our 4 pillars of IFDC's approach and strategy to feeding the world. Again, I want to thank everyone at IFDC for their impact and, again, remind you, making our soils more productive, helping our farmers to farm better and produce more, moving farmers out of poverty to invest in their own families and their communities and their soils, and supporting governments. And IFDC, the board institution, is grateful to our funders, institutional investors, and the industry for their support over the years. And to those people for trusting us to deliver on our common strategic objectives. So I also want to thank not just our funders, but also our all too numerous to mention innovation partners around the world with whom we share a common purpose and to whom we bring our expertise in soil health and crop nutrition. So as I wrap up and we get ready to go spend some time together over cocktails and appetizers, I want to share with you that we'll be refreshing and resetting our strategy as we head into 2025. We today have a strategy that was initiated in 2020 through 2030. We're now halfway through that current strategy. So it's a natural time to step back and refresh the strategy, see what's been working, and reset the strategy going forward. And to see how we can continue to best address food security through our focus on soil health, crop fertility, and fertilizer use. So, in wrapping up, I invite all of you to join us in this process to make sure that our new strategy is informed by the needs of our stakeholders and their own constituents. And really, this day is the beginning of that journey, and we'll spend time as a board tomorrow starting that process. So I look forward to getting to know more of you through the process and getting to talk about the strategy and the day in the cocktail hour to come. So thank you again for coming, and have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gutson. As we come to the close of our symposium, allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude to all our speakers, panelists, attendees. You've been a great audience here in the room for your active participation and valuable contributions. So the insights shared today will for sure help to shape our collective efforts towards transforming food systems and ensuring global food security. You are all encouraged to continue the conversations that we started here today and explore potential collaboration. And as Dr. Gutson already mentioned, please join us for the networking reception in the Marble Hall, and where you will have the opportunity to continue discussing insights you heard about today, and why not maybe already book an appointment for a follow-up of these conversations. So thanks again for being part of this important event. Safe travels back home, and we look forward working with you in the future for soil health, for food security. Thank you very much.